Say one, two, two.
One, two, one, two.
Okay.
One, two, one, two.
I don't think you got that.
Good morning. I would like to call the Monday, November 13th Board of Zoning Adjustments special meeting to order. We will begin with roll call. Candace Forrest,
Present.
Todd James,
Present.
Tamara Agins is absent. Jose Alvarez.
Present.
Ramiro Diaz is absent. Alfonso Gonzalez.
Present.
At this time, would the board make a motion to adopt the minutes from the October 2nd meeting?
Move so. Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Alvarez, second by Commissioner James, to adopt the minutes from our last meeting. Do I need to do a individual roll call vote?
Yes.
Todd James,
Yes.
Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez,
Yay.
and Candace Forrest, yay. 4 yeas, no nays, the motion carries.
As a reminder to applicants, action that the board takes today will be released in the form of a disposition notice by November 23rd and sent via email and mail to the applicant, as well as posted on the One Stop app for other interested parties. Requests that the board votes to approve must show compliance with any noted provisos before the case is finalized and granted final approval. We will begin with the unfinished business for variances. Will the chair please read the hearing rules for variances?
Rules and procedures for public hearings variance requests. The following procedures shall be observed during the hearing. Each speaker shall give their name and address prior to speaking on the proposal. The applicant or representative will speak first. The presentation shall be limited to a maximum of 3 minutes for each applicant or representative speaker, but in no event shall the cumulative presentation total by applicants or their representatives exceed 10 minutes. Proponents or persons in favor of the proposal will speak next and be allowed 2 minutes per speaker. Opponents or persons in opposition of the proposal will speak next and be allowed 2 minutes per speaker. The applicant or representative will be allowed a rebuttal. The rebuttal shall be limited to a cumulative maximum of 3 minutes per speaker. Additional information. For an exceptional case, the time limitations may be extended by the presiding officer with the approval of the board. As the board deems necessary, the case may be acted upon at this meeting or deferred for additional information or review. If the case is deferred, it will be acted on at a subsequent meeting as provided by law. All proper parliamentary procedures shall be followed, including recognition of speakers, relevance of argument, and absolute prohibition of applause or demonstration. Standard of review. The Board of Zoning Adjustments shall not authorize a variance from requirements of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance unless it finds, based upon the evidence presented to it, that each case has satisfied the 9 criteria listed in Article 4, Section 4.6.f of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance.
Item 1, docket number 004-23.
Hello. Okay. BZA 47, sorry. Okay. BZA 423 is a request for a variance from the provisions of Article 11, Section 11.3.8.1, Table 11-2A of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit the construction of a single-family residence with insufficient yard setback. We actually did have some movement on this one this month. We were able to sit down with Todd and Safety and Permits and see exactly what it was that may be needed for this case. And I think there was just some issue left with the paving in the rear yard and whether that paving was going to be permeable or not. We were able to talk to the applicant, who said this time the final plans would be in for the next meeting, and that from what their understanding were, the house would be bought, the property will be brought into compliance. And that was, so we're recommending another deferral.
Thank you. Is there anyone here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 004-23? Anyone here in opposition? Any questions from the board?
The motion's in order.
Yes, proceed.
Madam Chair, regards to BZA docket number 004-23, my motion's for a 30-day deferral at the request of staff.
Second.
Thank you. With regards to BZA docket 004-23, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Gonzalez to defer this item 30 days at the request of staff. Roll vote, Todd James,
Yes.
Jose Alvarez,
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez,
Yay.
and Candace Forrest, yay. 4 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
Item 2, docket number 052-23.
Okay. BZA 052-23 is a request for variances from the provisions of Article 11, Section 11.3.8.1, Table 11-2/2A of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit the construction of a single-family residence with insufficient front yard setback, insufficient front yard build-to line, insufficient interior side yard setback, and insufficient rear yard setback. If y'all remember, this was the case with the teeny tiny lot, and we're working with Zach and Freesia to, for some new plans. There was a suggestion that we only look at, I think it was the Telemachus Street side, because of some overhangs that were into the side yard, and it appeared that the board may be more amenable to having that, to granting the waivers on the side that was up to the rear yard as opposed to the interior side yard. So they were working to have plans redrawn that were reflective of the comments that the board made, and for that reason, we are requesting a deferral.
Thank you. Is there anyone here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 052-23? Anyone here in opposition? Any questions from the board?
Opposition.
Oh, I'm sorry, I couldn't see over the podium.
Mary Meisen Gubala, 319 South Genoa. I'm opposed to the variances requested for the development of 3718 Barden Street. These variances would allow the construction of a residence on a lot with insufficient front yard setback, insufficient interior side yard setback, insufficient rear yard setback, and insufficient front yard built to line. Not to mention that the site is a driveway, as you all can see from the picture. Variances such as these in mid-city, where houses are already very close, pose an extreme hazard, make maintenance virtually impossible, and impair an adequate supply of light and air to adjacent properties. Please stop allowing such variances that only serve the convenience and the profit of the property owner. Such actions put the safety and the well-being of existing residents in jeopardy and do not meet the BZA's variances approval standards 7, 8, and 9. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in opposition to BZA docket 052-23? Any questions from the board?
Just a question to staff, and I know we didn't clarify this on the first one. That 30-day deferral automatically pushes this actually to the January agenda as opposed to December. Is that correct? Because of the 30-day clock?
It would still go on the December 4th meeting agenda.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board?
If a motion's in order.
Proceed.
Madam Chair, with regards to BZA docket number 052-23, my motion is to still follow staff's recommendation for that 30-day referral, understanding that they're looking at some alternative compliance measures.
Second.
Thank you. With regards to BZA docket 052-23, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Gonzalez, to defer this item 30 days at the request of staff. Roll vote, Todd James,
Yes.
Jose Alvarez, Alfonso Gonzalez,
Yay.
Candace Forrest, yay. 4 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
Item 3, docket number 073-23.
BZA 07323 is a request for a variance from the provisions of Article 21, Section 21.6.T.1 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit mechanical equipment with insufficient setback after the fact. If you remember this one, this was the pool with the equipment that didn't have the proper setback. And I spoke with the applicant. She had an emergency in her family, and she's still trying to, I guess, consult with her attorney to go over her options, of which it's a subdivision. So she's just trying to, I guess, process what she's going to do next. And so for that, we're going to recommend a deferral.
Thank you. Is the applicant or anyone here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 073-23? Anyone here in opposition?
Good morning, Justin Schmidt, 1506 7th Street, representing directly adjacent neighbors. As I said in my written comments, the last written letter, there's really no reason to defer this application. This application shouldn't have been deferred 60 days ago. It does not meet 7 of the 9 criteria, as pointed out by the staff. While it may be tragic that this got built in such a fashion, that's not something, the relief here is not something that the board even has the purview to grant relief for. It is only, it can only be solved by a subdivision or reconstruction. I know there was some, I guess, sympathy given by the board because of the alleged contractor error. I will point out that this is one of 2 permits that were not, for this property, that were not obtained by this property owner. The other one being a accessory structure. The records reflect that they were fined for these building both of these structures without permits. In fact, the swimming pool was complete before there was even an application submitted. So instead of having to come back here in 30 days for a deferral to hear that we're still working on something, they've already had really since June to figure out something here, and this keeps getting deferred. 60 days she had to get with her attorney to do a subdivision. That was not done. I think we just need to put it to rest. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in opposition to BZA docket 073-23? Any questions from the board?
For motions in order.
Yes, proceed.
While I do appreciate Mr. Schmidt's comments, understanding that they're not here to either present for themselves at this point, but still understanding that they're looking at other administrative options to figure out what is the appropriate venue to do so, I just think it's still appropriate to at least grant the request for the deferral to give them time to work through those next steps. So, Madam Chair, with regards to BZA docket number 073-23, my motion is for a 30-day deferral.
Second.
Thank you. With regards to BZA docket 073-23, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Gonzalez, to defer this item 30 days. Roll vote, Todd James,
Yes.
Jose Alvarez,
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez,
Yay.
and Candace Forrest, yay. 4 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
Item 4, docket number 087-23.
BZA docket 8723 is a request from variances from the provisions of Article 15, Section 15.3A1, Table 15.2, Article 15, Section 15.3A2, Article 15, Section 15.3B1A, Article 15, Section 15.3B1G, Article 22, Section 22.4B, Article 22, Section 22.8A 2B2, and Article 22, Section 28A1B3 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit the construction of a grocery store with excessive front yard setback, excessive front yard build line, primary entrance not oriented to the primary street, excessive parking, loading zone located in the front, parking located between the front facade and the front property line, and parking between the facade and the corner side property line. The subject property is located at 2501 Tulane Avenue and is bound by Tulane Avenue, South Dorchenois Street, South Rocheblave Street, and Bank Street. Because the proposed site features multiple frontages, South Dorchenois has been determined to be the front yard from the perspective of the zoning ordinance, with Bank Street being determined as the corner side yard. In the October meeting, staff recommended a split recommendation. The request for waivers for front yard build-to-line setback, corner corner side yard parking, and loading dock location can be viewed as the result of a discrepancy between the formal lot frontages, which are defined as South Dorchenois and Rushablave Street, and their functional or primary frontage, which is Tulane Avenue. If you take the view that the property is fronted by Tulane Avenue with Bank Street as the functional rear, it satisfies the 9 criteria, as the multi-frontage orientation of the lot is not contemplated by the CZO and is out of the applicant's control. The remaining variances for excessive parking, entrance oriented towards the parking lot rather than the primary street, and front yard parking failed to satisfy 7 of the 9 criteria. The applicant today is requesting 123 spaces, which is 82 spaces excessive of the maximum parking allowance of 150% of required spaces. This number, the number of 123 today, is an increase from the previous meeting, as the applicant has decided to program the variance request into the primary structure rather than pursue an additional variance in the future for the outlot building. Much of the excess parking is being proposed on South Dorchenois and Bank Street side, which could be viewed as an impetus for the applicant's placement of the primary entrance away from Tulane Avenue, which is the primary street. When considering the 9 criteria, as they relate to the request for excessive front yard parking and a parking lot-oriented entrance, it's important to take into account the current and historic geography of Tulane Avenue and the intent of the master plan along this corridor, one which aims to preserve and create the pedestrian nature of Tulane rather than react to a perceived need for an automobile-centric streetscape. As noted in staff's analysis, the majority of the built environment along Tulane is built at a pedestrian scale, despite the corridor's historic status as a major east-west automobile thoroughfare. These structures overwhelmingly feature 2 lane-facing entrances and parking accommodated in the rear, a parking structure, or not at all. As noted in figures 8 and 9, recent infill development along Tulane has featured rear parking that is not excessive of the maximum allowance, with entrances oriented towards Tulane Avenue. As noted in figure 6 and 7, very few properties feature excess parking or entrances oriented away from Tulane. In addition to the Tulane Avenue specific analysis, staff assessed the building to parking ratios for other grocery stores across the city, computing the amount of parking as it relates to the site as a whole. This analysis showed that when compared to other grocery stores, the proposed specialty grocer features a significantly higher parking to building ratio at 80%. Ultimately, in staff's view, the perceived need for excess parking predicated the need for the variances of the entrance location and parking location. Were the applicant's request to be denied, they would only need to revise their plans to reflect the non-suburban context of Tulane Avenue, which could not be considered a demonstrable hardship. For these reasons, staff recommended the denial of the proposed variances for excessive parking, front yard parking, and primary entrance oriented away from the primary street. At the October meeting, the applicant requested that the application be deferred till they could first receive feedback from the Design Advisory Committee, the minutes of which are on page 21. Overall, the DAC concurred with the staff that the design as currently proposed was out of character with Tulane Avenue. Included in the 7 provisos as part of the recommendation was a request to reorient the building to feature a primary entrance that addresses Tulane Avenue rather than the parking lot. While the DAC didn't address the parking quantity specifically, they did state that the parking as provided was chaotic and recommended a redesign of the lot, which may result in a deduction of spaces, potentially reducing the waiver as requested. As of today, the applicant has not revised their plans in accordance with those provisos, and thus staff recommendation remains the same.
Thank you. Is the applicant present for BZA docket 087-23?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Colette Wharton, the Regional Director and Asset Manager for FILE. Our office, the FILE Regional Real Estate Office, is located at 3301 Veterans Memorial Boulevard, Suite 209, Metairie, Louisiana, 70002. You might know us best as the proud owners of Lakeside Shopping Center, which is the premier shopping location in the New Orleans area, featuring over 100 stores and 1.2 million square feet. However, our commitment to New Orleans and the greater area runs deep. FILE owns and manages approximately 6.5 million square feet in the Jefferson and Orleans parishes. In a significant move in 2013, we brought the first and only Costco to New Orleans, which has had a huge impact on the community. We have a presence in prime locations in the Central Business District and the historic French Quarter, offering mixed use and multifamily opportunities. As the medical campuses of LSU and Tulane emerged and developed, we've always seen the dynamic potential of the Tulane Avenue corridor, which led to our acquisition of 2537 Tulane Avenue in 2016. Over the last 7 years, we've searched for a tenant opportunity that would allow us to make a difference in our city and neighborhood for years to come. Now, I'm excited to share we have a unique opportunity for this undeveloped site in which we're planning to bring to New Orleans its very first Trader Joe's. The support and enthusiasm from the community has been incredible. Today, we're here to take the next step. Developing a Trader Joe's on this site is a bit challenging because it's a through lot spanning almost an entire city block. That's why we're asking for your support on the needed variances. Our architect and land use team will dive into the details of these requested variances, and we're hoping you'll approve them and allow us to make the transformation the community is eager to see. With your approval, File is prepared to start construction in the coming months. We appreciate your ongoing support in making this project come to life. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else here in support of the applicant?
Miles Granson, 800 Barone, representing the applicant. So first off, I want to thank staff. This has been a relatively complicated one, largely because it's a full block, and our CZO, as mentioned by staff, does not provide very well for full block or near full block contexts. This is also very simple. Most obviously, we've got the rear yard loading zone because we have 2 front yards and 2 corner side yards, and by definition of the code, 0 rear yards. The CZO necessitates a variance. Now, that just is the beginning to show the context at which our code does not provide for this type of yard, for this type of lot. The parking in the front and the side yards, really the same issue. You can't park in the front yard and you can't park in a corner side yard, but if every yard is a front yard or a corner side yard, well, then you can't park anywhere. Again, CZO fails to provide for this circumstance. You may remember, we were here for the same set of variances for 2801 General de Gaulle for the same purposes, received by this board. The maximum parking. CZO is very specific. It's not broad and it's not flexible in how it's drafted. This is a new model, specialty grocers that you see from Trader Joe's. We see the same issues, by the way, if we go to other contexts, whether it's fast casual dining or anything else. Our CZO does not provide for flexible considerations. It's a smaller footprint, but it's a higher volume. It was mentioned by staff that there was some comparison to other grocery stores. On a per square foot basis, Trader Joe's does 4 times the average per square foot sales that you would see at your average grocery store. So those are apples to oranges, or 4 apples to 1 orange, perhaps might be a better way to say it. We also see it on Veterans, by the way. There's a lot of people love that store, but what's the #1 complaint I think we all know is the parking at that store. We don't want to replicate that through adherence for adherence sake to our code. Further, one thing we don't want to do, and I know the neighbors don't want, is we don't want to impact the neighborhood by not properly parking. I do want to mention also that it's 103 spots, which are programmed specifically for Trader Joe's, but because there's an outlot that has 19 spots set for that outlot, what staff suggested and what we agreed to was to consider the full 122 now, so that you don't need a separate set of variances or separate considerations or separate difficulty when outlot B is developed. The primary entrance is the next variance, and this one may seem like the most complicated, but really it's not as complicated as it seems, and it really comes down to the same issue. At root, it's about this full block or near full block situation. The CZO contradicts itself in this circumstance. First off, the CZO wants the building to be on 2-lane, apparently, and it wants the parking to be in the rear and to the side. Also, while we recognize that there will be some pedestrian use, we also know, certainly.
Just want to let you know it was the end of your time, Mr.
I
Granderson.
think we have somebody seating time, Nicole Bell.
Can you state their names?
Yeah.
Nicole,
There's a lot of cards.
Nicole Bell. Nicole Bell is seating.
I need you to just come up, please.
So, just real quick to help this out, we have a bunch of people that are listed as in support but not speaking, but it's hard for us to track who's ceding time to whom. So if that's the case, just at least acknowledgement and just by name.
Okay, Nicole Bell.
Thank you.
Okay. No, good. All right. So again, we have the building. The CZO wants the building on 2-lane, wants the parking to be in the rear and to the side. We know there'll be some pedestrian use, but we also know that the majority of users will be coming by car. Again, we just mentioned that it's 4x the volume of what you would typically see from a standard grocery store on a per square foot basis. All of this combined, and what we know that we poor design, inefficient design, and potentially dangerous design if we were to ignore where most of the users are going to be parking and entering. And then beyond that, I think what we want to point out here is that to the extent that this is a variance, and we have a little bit of disagreement even that it is a variance. If you checked our 9 criteria letter, it is our belief that we do have a primary entrance on Tulane. There's an entrance tower. There's a walkway through which you enter the building. But of course, we're before BZA, so we're not here to argue with you as to whether the variance is necessary, although we don't believe that it is. We're here with you to suggest that if it is necessary, and staff believes that it is, that not just is it appropriate, but that we have minimized the impact of any variance that would be there by having a primary entrance there on Tulane with the tower there, access walking in, and a walkway to the property, or a walkway into the building from there. So we're here to answer any other questions, but we think this site is well designed and as well designed as it could be in consideration of the CZO in a full block or near full block context. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joseph Sarang, SCNZ Architects, 2134 Magazine Street, the architect, and here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Anyone else here in support of the applicant? Anyone here in opposition?
There's a bunch of calls.
Oh, I'm not seeing it.
I'm sorry. I'll be brief. Chris Ross, 930 Poydras Street, apartment 2114, NEI Ladder and Bloom. I'm here in support of the project. Number one is a commercial real estate professional, and starting business in 1997. I tell you what, I wouldn't think that these conversations would be being held at this point, given where Tulane Avenue was at that point. So definitely progression continuing to happen with this tenant and with Chick-fil-A further down the street. Will continue to add value to the street, and will appreciate the area. As a resident, I'm in support of it because, again, it gives us more options. I live on Poydras Street, so we only have one option being the Rouses, and I think this will definitely add to the amenities of downtown New Orleans. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, members. Mike Sherman, 800 Barone Street, New Orleans, 70113 on behalf of the applicant. I'll be brief, but it's an honor to be here on behalf of a project that is actually transformational for the Tulane Avenue corridor. If you look at the master plan and the long-term visioning for this corridor, this is exactly what was envisioned, and the file organization has been so deliberate in waiting 7 years to find the perfect tenant. As you walk down Tulane Avenue, it is declared a major arterial, and you have a lot of auto-oriented uses. With regard, we researched the past couple zoning matters on Tulane Avenue, a drive-through only Chick-fil-A. There's a Take 5 car wash. So you have Tulane Avenue continuing to receive these auto-oriented uses, but what we know is it has to be both welcoming to pedestrians and for vehicles as well, which is why, as Miles stated, we've got a really handsome and prominent tower with a large welcoming pedestrian walkway from Tulane Avenue right into the site. We added a second walkway, so it's a deliberate, purpose-built place for pedestrians from Bank Street onto the site. You know, in New Orleans, I was joking, the East Bank, parts of it are west of the West Bank. The French Quarter is Spanish architecture, and our front yards are the side streets, right? That creates the hardship. That creates the problem here that we're solving for. We have great neighbors on this site. I want to thank them for their incredible involvement. Some of them do have alternative designs that they would prefer Trader Joe's adopt, and everything that the neighbors suggest, we study closely and intensely, and I want to thank them for their engagement. They have been wonderful. But today is not the DAC. Today's not the Design Advisory Committee. We have more work to do with the DAC. We know that. This is simply about whether or not we meet the 9 criteria for a hardship. It's a full city block. Our front yards are our side streets. It's a unique lot. It's a unique use. And in conformity with other zoning matters, we are not being asked to be treated differently. Chick-fil-A, Take 5, the precedent's already there. So we ask you to grant these variances so that this transformational project can move forward, and we will continue to work on those final elements of design as we go through the DAC. We ask for your support today for the application with the variances as requested.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 087-23? Anyone here in opposition? If you're in opposition, can you come up? I have a podium in front of me, so I cannot see, so I just need you to come up to the front. Thank you.
And just to help the chairwoman out, I know some of you guys had signed to be called in a certain order. If you guys already know the order, you come and speak and just proceed that way. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you. I'm Sandra Stokes. I'm speaking for Louisiana Landmark Society. I want to say, first of all, that we support the BZA staff report and their denial of the requested variances. We also support the DAC committee's provisos, as well as those submitted by Karen Aka in her October 30th letter. We have seen no revisions to the designs in that have addressed any of our concerns and the variances raised, even though we have submitted suggested design plans that elegantly address many of these concerns, with no changes to the store layout. Particularly the entrance on the primary street, they do have a door there, but that is an exit-only door. So we've suggested turning the store around. We've done it in an elegant way, and it would not impact a lot of that's going on. It would also encourage transit and pedestrian and bicycle traffic. While Louisiana Landmark supports a Trader Joe's grocery at the site, we are concerned that variances are being granted to accommodate the specialty brand only, and I don't know if that's allowable or not. Then if Trader Joe's does not occupy the site, we would want those variances granted for the brand to carry over. We would not want those to carry over to another venue. Therefore, we ask for an additional proviso limiting the variances to the Trader Joe's brand if they are granted, and to become null and void without it. Another concern is what we're calling the ghost building, the outlot building. It's called Building B on there. According to rules, the principal building should hold 50% of the front lot line on a primary street. And the submitted plans show Building B is not actually in the scope. Without the outbuilding, the 50% requirement is not met. We note that the application, there was a typed addition under the accessory structure saying that this refers to a future outlet if built. We ask that the designs for the outlot building be submitted and a proviso added to ensure that it is built in compliance with the requirements of the front lot line of the primary street.
That's the end of your time, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Miles Traplin. I live at 218 South Norman C. Francis. I, too, am here to speak in opposition. From the very beginning of this project, just the use of a specialty grocery store, there's no such thing as a specialty grocery store in the zoning ordinance. And I just started to feel that this was like Brown's Dairy site, where we were being promised one thing and we would get another. As Sandra pointed out, the plans that are shown up on the screen show a Building A and a Building B. But the plans show a Building A and a Building B, but the written application says B may never be constructed. So what is B? B is actually just more parking. The original parking plan submitted was 103, and that was more than 60 parking spots more than that would be required. Since that application, rather than reducing the parking to try to come into compliance with the zoning ordinance, they've actually increased the parking by 20 spaces. They're going in the wrong direction. As much as they say that this is going to be a traffic, and they've said it over and over again, is that this is car-oriented. Immediately across the street, you have an apartment complex. 1 block away, you have the Falstaff apartment complex. And then you have the apartment complex along Poydras. That is more than 500 apartments within 2 blocks. If you include the LSU dorms and the apartments at Galvez and Tulane, You have 1,000 parking spots along Tulane Avenue, and they are not accommodating the zoning ordinance that this needs to be a pedestrian-oriented building. Also on Tulane Avenue, they want to eliminate the green space, that green space between the Tulane Avenue and the sidewalk. They want that to be a turnout lane. No other building along Tulane Avenue would have that. And it eliminates the possibility of planting trees along Tulane Avenue to reduce the heat and improve the look of Tulane Avenue. The plan is, which is different from Chick-fil-A.
That's the end of your time, sir.
They want to put 1,000 cars into a residential neighborhood along Bank Street. We are opposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in opposition?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Karen Ocker. I live less than a block from this. I work less than a block from the site, and I live on Palmyra Street in Mid-City. I came here with the intent to support staff's recommendation, but in honesty and truth, that was in the spirit of compromise. And after 6 months of trying to improve this so the adverse impacts are not mitigated, I mean, they've done nothing that anybody's asked, not DAC, not the neighbors. And so I'm here to oppose it, but I want to commend staff for their thoroughness. And I agree that those 3 that they've requested denial on don't meet the 9 standards. 123 parking spaces is 20% more than they actually have applied for. It's 356 more than required. It equates to 1 space for every 133 square feet of floor area, because that's how we do this, right? And so the only use in Table 22-1 that requires parking at this rate is the airport. That's it. There's no other use that requires parking at any remotely close rate. The next thing up is 1 per 200. And what's that reserved for? It's high-intensity auto-driven uses, the convention center, the stadium, the arena. So if there is any evidence in this record that shows that there is a need for that intense parking, I haven't seen it. The staff report confirms 96% of MU1 property on Tulane is compliant with parking maximums. If approved, this will have the highest parking building to ratio than any other grocery, but it's also going to create this enormous precedent that no business has. Again, unless there is some evidence that this is reserved, that they need a rate that an airport or a stadium has, then I ask you to deny the parking waiver for sure. And I ask you to, as a requirement, have them close the Bank Street curb cut, because that is, if the profound traffic they're promising actually is real, and again, there's no evidence of it, we need that closed to protect that almost nearly 100% residential block. And I thank you for your time.
Susan Johnson, 2822 LePage Street. I am ceding my time to Mary Howell, please. Thank you very much.
Morning. My name is Mary Howell. My law office is at 316 South Durgeois Street. I'm a half block away from this site. I've been there for over 40 years, know the neighborhood well. We fought to save the homes of many of our neighbors when the hospitals came in. So this is a neighborhood that we all value and we fought for, and we want to preserve this neighborhood. I support the staff recommendations to deny the variances for primary entrance and orientation of the building and parking. But unfortunately, despite the staff's recommendations and those of the DAC, these developers have refused to make any changes to their application. We've been talking to them for months. We've been meeting with them. We've been doing plans. We've been doing concepts. They haven't budged an inch, except last week they come up with 20 more spaces, 123 spaces now instead of 103 spaces, with no evidence in the record. Mr. James, the last time we were here, you asked a question with BZA about the brand. Does the brand make a difference? And I was expecting them to come in and maybe give us a traffic study, maybe give us a parking study, some evidence to justify this extreme variances that they're asking for. And in fact, we have nothing. And frankly, the CZO has strict standards and it requires evidence. Y'all need evidence before you can make a decision like this. They've rejected every single proposal that we've made to try to do it, and I want to bring you back to the master plan for just a second. A guiding principle of the master plan, and we all fought for this when we made these changes in our laws after Katrina, is, quote, preserve the overall character of existing residential areas. That's not just words, that's not language, that's law. That's your guiding principles. This store will be open 12 hours a day, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., 7 days a week. We have been told that the amount of traffic that will be coming into this area is stunning. Stunning is the word that we've been told, and I believe it. This is a quiet residential neighborhood. We've got people who've been there for generations. We've got new people moving in. It's all kinds of changes and transformation is going on. Don't kill that neighborhood by bringing in this kind of traffic without the protection. To help mitigate this harm, we've made a number of suggestions. They're simple. They're easy. This is the map you've seen. Here's what we're move the curb cut on Bank Street. These are people who live over here. You keep that curb cut, they've got a 6-foot-tall illuminated monument light fixture going into their bedrooms and their living rooms across the street. Make Dershowitz exit only so that people won't be driving down Bank Street to get in here. Make 2-lane the primary street. 2 lanes built for it, that's what it's here for. One of the problems is they've turned their back on 2-Lane Avenue. There is no entrance into this building on 2-Lane Avenue. There is no entrance. You have to walk into the parking lot to come into this building. We had a very simple plan. Just have an entrance coming, yes, from the parking lot, put an entrance into a covered area similar to Whole Foods. We went and looked at Whole Foods. It's perfect. It's covered. It invites people to come in on 2-Lane Avenue. The elevations that would show how this could be done. It is simple. This is not a hardship case. This is simple, and I tell you, it's a mystery to me why they have refused every single thing that we've asked for. We want pedestrians to come there. We want young people who don't have cars to come there. We want people on bikes. We want people on transit. They have turned their back on 2-Lane Avenue. There's over 1,200 apartments over there, across between 2-Lane and Perdido, and it's great what is happening in these neighborhoods. They're being revitalized. People want to walk and ride bikes and take transit. We want to encourage them, and our laws require that we encourage this. It's required. This is not just dreaming. Every one of these suggestions that we've made have been rejected, every one of them. And I tell you, this tells me that they're not serious about trying to work with the neighborhood. They're not serious about trying to comply with the master plan or with the zoning. And we're in a situation where we need your help. You all are the agency. You're the organization that has to enforce these laws, and that they have to have meaning. I submit to you that these variances for parking and for primary interest have to be denied. There's no legal evidence to support it. Granting them would cause serious harm to the neighborhood, and you would be setting a terrible precedent. Thank you very much.
Is there anyone else here in opposition to BZA docket 08?
I'm Mary Meising-Gabala from 319 South Genoa. There are many people who welcome a specialty grocery store like Trader Joe's in Mid-City. This includes Mid-City neighbors like myself, who are also deeply concerned about the impact of this project on near neighbors, as well as on 2-Lane Avenue, who oppose a number of the very worrisome aspects of the developer's building and site design. I support the CPC staff's recommendations to deny the variances regarding primary entrance, orientation, and parking. These variances do not meet the requirements of the master plan or the CZO and should be denied. I'm also in support of the Design Advisory Committee's provisos and the provisos requested in Karen Acker's October 30th letter. If the BZA decides to grant any of these variances recommended for denial by the staff, please consider all of the recommended provisos below. 1, if any variances are granted based upon the peculiar brand, there must be clear evidence to support them and a requirement that the variances would expire if the brand is not on site. Secondly, the Bank Street curb cut and monument sign must be eliminated, and the South Dershowitz curb cut restricted to a one-way exit only to protect the neighborhood. 3, the required buffer yards of 10 feet and 20 feet for a subdivision must be enforced to protect the neighborhood. 4, add parkway trees to provide shade and promote walkability on 2-lane and South Rocheblave. 5, retain the existing sidewalk width and buffer strip on 2-lane and remove the deceleration lane. 6, require red brick on the facade consistent with the historic urban industrial character of the neighborhood. And 7, require that Outlot Building B be built. We've urged the developers to make reasonable changes to protect the neighborhood, yet they've refused to do so. I'm asking this board to make sure the neighborhood is protected. I sincerely want this development to be the best that it can be, and do hope for a positive outcome. Thank you very much for your time.
Is there anyone else here in opposition to BZA docket 087-23? The applicant has an opportunity to rebut.
Good afternoon, BZA members. Miles and I have a few comments in rebuttal. And first, I do want to thank our neighbors for their passion and love of this site and this neighborhood. Simply put, it is not accurate to say this is a residential neighborhood. 2-Lane Avenue is a major commercial corridor. That it's listed as a major arterial street. The Regional Planning Commission was the one who shepherded the process for the 2-Lane Avenue streetscape. It's on our major arterial on our plans. Like many places in New Orleans, we have a beautiful environment that blends commercial corridors and residential streets seamlessly. Banks is a 4-lane divided street. That one block on Banks across from us has residences. We want to make sure we're thoughtful, which is why we added the fence, which is why we added more landscaping, which is we're preserving and enhancing the oaks. Our front door is 2-Lane Avenue, right? We asked for the turn-in lane from DOTD to make sure that we accommodate our traffic from 2-Lane Avenue. You know, in meetings with near neighbors, the neighbors who live closest made it very clear to us they want us to fully accommodate our parking demand on site. That was universal, to fully accommodate our parking demand. We've submitted full traffic studies to DOTD. The demand for parking at Trader Joe's is well known. I don't know many retailers where the Today Show literally does segments on the parking demand at Trader Joe's. We have not changed the number of spaces throughout this process. By working with BZA staff, we wanted to make sure we accurately counted correctly. We have an outlot we're absolutely committed to. I'll tell you something very serious. I'll be quick, though. This is the first time publicly we've announced it's Trader Joe's. It was in the Times-Picayune, folks have thought that. By knowing it's Trader Joe's, we get a much higher quality tenant for this community and this neighborhood because folks want to be next to a Trader Joe's. But let there be no mistake, we are building an outlot. It is accurately shown on the plans, but today we're here for the approval of the Trader Joe's subject to variances. But our neighbors asked for the parking. We know we need the parking. And if you need anecdotal evidence, go to the Trader Joe's in Metairie, and you can see that they weren't able to fully accommodate their parking. We're not going to make that mistake here. We were counsel on that project. And in retrospect, I wish we had more parking. I'm going to keep my comments to the BZA variances. A lot of what I heard is for the Design Advisory Committee. So for the neighbors who are here, let me tell you, we hear you. No one's feet are in the sand. We will continue to work with the city and our neighbors to discuss anything we can do to make this development fit in more seamlessly and beautifully. I'm going to keep my comments, though, just to the issue before us, which is the variances. On the parking, we know we need it. This Trader Joe's at 13,000 square feet will have more cars, more volume, and more people than 50,000 square foot Winn-Dixies and Rouses. The CZO doesn't yet have a zoning definition for a specialty grocer. Just like on restaurants, we've never revised just yet the CZO to accommodate for the new range of fast casual uses that we have. We haven't done that in the grocery lane as well.
That's the end of your time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
Question to staff, and as actually one of the speakers provided, I did ask for some specific commentary from staff related to consideration of how this brand is and its utilization of its existing sites. Of course, the Veterans location, I think even asked a question about the Winn-Dixie on Carrollton. Has there been any further consideration or modification in the staff's report considering those two questions?
Sure. So I did look at Winn-Dixie, and the Winn-Dixie square footage is just significantly larger. It's almost 83,000 square feet if you count the outlot buildings. The Winn-Dixie outlot buildings, I think, have 8 tenants. So that's a significant number of tenants. And I think they have 155 parking spaces compared to the 123 here for what is about 1/6 the size of the site. And I think it was just staff's understanding that the CZO is not reactionary, it's aspirational. So that is what it is fundamentally. So when you react, you get suburban landscapes. And this is an aspirational document.
Okay. So a question to the applicant. I'm trying to make sure where is their alignment with respect to the staff's report as opposed to where you guys stand in terms of your requests? So I'm just trying to understand what's the demarcation in terms of if there's items that you guys do agree with that they may defer. Because I do take into account, yes, there are a lot of design-related items that do go to DAC. Some of that I'm sure is likely the turning lane, the decel lane, excuse me, from 2-lane, and how that may impact the site and how that impacts the number of spots in terms of on-street parking. And I'm not sure, is that even accounted, can that be accounted for within your parking count or not? So it's kind of two questions, sorry. So first one, all right, to help you out, because Miles, you look confused. First one, with regards to on-street parking, if the decel lane was included or not, does that go into your total parking count requirement?
The parking that we're considering is just the parking that's on site. I do want to just clarify one thing that was mentioned a few times. About the 103 versus 122. I just want to make sure it's clear. We have always represented in the plans from day one that 103 is for Trader Joe's and 19 spots is for the Outlot B. We have never represented anything differently. It was staff's request to us that rather than have 103 and the 119 for simplification of when the future project is developed, instead of having to have a multiple-step process, that it be a single one-step process with regard to the parking. We agreed to do so based on staff's request to us. It was not any change that we triggered or provided for. So I do want to make sure I mention that up front. But yeah, the parking is entirely on-site. That's our goal, is to keep it on-site. Again, as Mike mentioned, one of the things that's been stated to us is that the community wants all the parking to be on-site. The community wants to not lose, particularly when we're talking about into the neighborhood on the, doesn't want to lose too much on-street parking. So we're trying to keep everything on-site and manage that as best we can.
Okay. Still not answering my question about the on-street. Does that count into the overall count or not? Maybe it's a question of staff.
The overall count? It's always all off-street, from my understanding.
I understand that's what the waiver is, as it pertains to within the site limitations only. But does the potential of on-street parking weigh into what the staff would evaluate?
You mean if there was a revised plan?
No.
I believe the question that's being asked is that is in terms of the 39 maximum spaces, are we including in that the off-street parking in
was taken into consideration with this report?
Oh, so you mean like the baseline 41 that's required per the size of the? I don't believe so, but I think we did have this discussion, but we need to revisit it.
Could you repeat your question?
When we're looking at site development standards, there's also some level of consideration that can be taken into account related to on-street parking, the number of parking stalls that could be on the perimeter of the site. Considering that this is pretty much a vacant lot, and you could have some level of on-street parking around this site, has any of that parking count been taken into effect when the staff report was created?
I don't believe so.
Thank you.
And just for clarification, in the MU1 district, you can count on-street parking towards the requirement. Just in this instance, that was not done. But it would be the frontage of the site divided by 21 feet to determine the number of on-street spaces available.
Yeah, that actually answers it. Thank you. So, and maybe a question to at least one person who did speak in opposition. I know that you guys have, and again, I know this gets into DAC-related items, but I mean, it's being brought here, and I think you at least have a reformed design professional and one that's still active up on this board, but I think it's at least part of the commentary. When taking into account how the site development has been set, a lot of what I'm seeing in terms of the parking layout is also to address the loading zone requirement, because I'm seeing a lot of context with, as it pertains to the turn radiuses for a large vehicle to be able to access the back of house. And that, I'm sure in some capacity, is driving how this layout can be set up. Is that correct? And does at least the people in opposition, has that been taken into account when you guys have studied this? Because and you're gonna have to come to the mic if one person can come speak to that point. And the reason why I'm bringing this up, while a request of what may be a traffic impact analysis or study from the applicant is there, has anything been done from you guys' side, from a design professional?
We started working on a parking lot because it is chaotic. That was the response of the conversation. And part of the problems was excessive curb cuts, which was pointed out by the DAC, and the whole traffic flow. We were told, from the beginning of this, we were told they needed 105 spaces. And I asked them the very first time we met, do you have a traffic study or a parking study? Because everyone wants reasonable parking. He's right, the neighbors don't want a lot of people parking out in the neighborhood. What's the number? Tell us what the number is, and let's work with that. If you look at that map they gave you, it's chaotic. They've got 1 through 20 for the outlot. We just noticed a week ago that it said that outlot building may never be built. In their application, they describe it as an accessory building.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I tell you, getting in the weeds, y'all are the professionals on this. I am not. But trying to even read this stuff has been confusing. So now they've come up with this new thing, but if we started working on a design, I guarantee you we could do a design that would work on that parking lot. But you got to get rid of Bank Street, which gives you some more parking once you get rid of that curb cut on Bank Street. You have to figure out what you're going to do there with the outlot building. It's an accessory building that doesn't require parking, but it's not an accessory building. They describe the outlot building in their application. Look at it, page 5 on the application. They describe it as an accessory building. You know, and we looked at the definition of accessory building. It's an accessory to the grocery. So this application is filled with contradictions, errors, omissions. We've never been able to have a reasonable conversation about the parking lot itself because the numbers are, frankly, the numbers are funky, you know, and they didn't correlate to anything that we could figure out. And then when they came in this extra 20, we're going, what is going on here? And I will tell y'all, there's no evidence in your record. The DOTD may have a traffic study. There may be a parking study that's been done about Trader Joe's. Maybe they do need more. I thought that was a reasonable question. I don't know that y'all can do with a reasonable question about brand. I don't know what your authority is. But if it's a reasonable question, let's have a discussion about it. Tell us what you need to make this work. And listen to what we're saying. They may be listening, but they're not doing anything. They're not doing a single thing. We've been told point blank that none of the things we recommend, even the brick buildings. Trader Joe's has brick buildings all over this country in urban areas and cities. Nice, attractive-looking buildings. They want to do beige stucco here. That's a design question.
Yeah, that's all DAC. So we're not going to get into facade treatment.
But I will tell you, but it has affected our ability to have conversations that we feel like are happening in good faith.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, thought you were.
No, just kind of concluding the comment, but go ahead.
Yeah. And staff can correct me if I'm wrong. There has been a lot of discussion regarding the DAC, and design is not under our purview. I don't even think we can speak to the curb cuts on Rocha Blave and Banks. But I will have a question for the applicant, just a clarifying question. But Mary, since you're here, and I always like to put myself in the position of the folks who would be the neighbors. I'm trying to see why you folks would not want as many spaces as the applicant would be willing to accommodate on the premises to keep those cars off the street. I think about everything from safety to, to everything. And so, yeah, they're asking for the, 123 technically now, because per Miles's presentation, those 19 to 20 spots were kind of grouped in now, per the request of staff to make life easy for development of Outlot B moving forward. But speaking specifically to the objection of the lot count on the premises, not the decel lane, not the curb cuts. You've got Rocheblay, which is Durgeon is a one-way, coming toward two-lane. So you've got folks who will be able to come in and out, but any traffic coming out would be directed toward two-lane. And you've got that short block, I get that for Banks, with that curb cut, which I know there's a residential on the other side, but except for maybe the objection of the deceleration lane and taking out that green strip, as far as the lots on the site, what's the objection there specifically?
The neighbors, you are absolutely right. The neighbors absolutely want all these parked cars to stay as much as possible inside that area. And we've been trying to figure out, we asked them, how many do you need? That's the question we asked. We were told 105, and that they were working on a study. This was early on. And then when we started looking at the application, it was so complicated to figure it out. Yes, we want their parking to be on site. Here's the problem, though. The parking is a reflection of the traffic. We want a lot of people to walk over there. We want people to ride bikes over there. We want them to take the buses. By turning it to Bank Street, if you look at the application, the orientation they want is the entrance is to the parking lot. That parking lot is Bank Street. That is a neighborhood, Miles. It is a neighborhood of people who fought for their homes. People live there. They've invested in their homes, and the whole area is booming. So there's a lot of interest that we have in making sure that we're protected. We want their parking to go there, but it is deeply related to the traffic. And it's deeply related to the front entrance being on two-lane. You're right, exactly what Mike Sherman said. Two-lane is a major corridor. Bank Street is not. It ends at Rocheblay. When you did the VA hospital, it ends at the hospital because it's a campus. It is a quiet, peaceful street and neighborhood. And people look out for each other in that neighborhood. We don't want thousands of cars driving by the 2600 block, the 2500 block, and then turning in there and then driving around looking for parking. So they're connected. And I hope that you all can look at that curb cut issue because it is related to the parking, because if you got rid of Bank Street curb cut, it gives them more parking. It makes a lot less chaotic. And if you have South Durgeon exit only, you don't have people driving down Banks, turning on Durgeon to go in. They all go out, and Durgeon is a one-way street. You turn left, you go back to two-lane. Let's move the heavy wear and tear with the vehicular traffic to two-lane. So let's keep them parked inside, and let's create barriers to protect the residences.
So I have a question. I'm sorry. And so two-lane corridor has always been like me from just looking at it, even from developer, designer, many philosophies. I've always actually had a point of apprehension of how the zoning code had been applied along two-lane, with forcing the buildings towards the two-lane corridor and forcing the parking behind those structures. I'm sure if anybody ever looked at a market analysis of how those businesses survive along that stretch, it's few. In part because I think the intent of how the CZO was modified, trying to address this corridor, was to try to force buildings to the street and force this pedestrian walkability for anything. And a large amount of it was also based off of how the UMC and everything around the medical complex was supposed to bring in this large amount of people coming in and being this walkable environment. Well, if you know anything about UMC, and you know anything about the VA, the people who work within that building don't leave it because everything's provided within it, and because of the distance to everything that's developed around it, they don't have enough time on the clock to even walk, to even go try to enjoy lunch. I know someone that had a business along this stretch, and I watched them, as a friend, try to go there to support them, but it's hard because they did not have off-street parking just for a simple restaurant space. So my question to you guys is it that you want the building to face the back of the building to be on Banks and the parking to be facing Tulane?
We accepted their site design. We really did. We didn't try to reinvent it. We didn't try to flip it. We didn't try to move it. All we're asking for was a door on Tulane Avenue. The only door there is a fire exit. It's not an entrance.
Okay, so that
We
comes
asked
back
for-
to, so to that point.
That's
that
the
comes back
primary
to-
entrance and orientation question. That's
Okay,
the
but
variance.
then, okay, so, but I'm trying to help get to the point of where we are in terms of what we're here to review. If that's the case, that is purely a DAC-related item in terms of whether ingress egress occurs for the site, okay? Second part, even if you were to make an entrance face Tulane Avenue, and I'm gonna kind of help feed what I think I'm seeing in terms of what they have, it is gonna force a lot of where the parking exists. Everyone's gonna try to shift and squeeze in the parking spots along the Tulane side of the building, if the entrance is shifted to that side. Now, yes, if there's a dual entrance format, that's one thing, but I think we have to take into consideration how people interact with buildings, particular to how parking lots are configured. My office is up the street from the Trader Joe's in Mattaran. I'm gonna tell you right now, I hate going there in the middle of the day. I try to squeeze there 2 o'clock in the evening, and I still can't get in the parking lot. The reason why I asked staff to look at the Winn-Dixie, I live not too far away from that site. I don't go to that store because you cannot park close enough to that building unless you go there on an extremely off-peak hour. Again, another space that was supposed to promote walkability, but again, people going to a grocery, a handful of folks are gonna go there by bike. A handful of folks are gonna go there as walking. People are gonna go there by car because no matter how much we try to force this scenario, New Orleans is still a very vehicular-oriented city. When we look at it in terms of how the entire metro area is focused. I could tell you right now, as soon as anybody heard anything about this project potentially coming to Tulane, you should see the number of people probably coming from the West Bank, Gentilly, where I live at, even people in Metairie going to this potential store location.
And New Orleans
because
East.
Thank you, and New Orleans East, because of how much closer it is to their part of town. So again, I respect where everyone's coming from in terms of how we would like people to interact with it, but I think the reality of how our market functions, everybody likes to go to Trader Joe's or Walmart. Whole Foods. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate that. And there are 2 entrances. If you get rid of the curb cut on Bank Street, you've got Rocha Blade, which has a signal light at Rocha Blade. So you're coming from downtown. If you're coming from downtown, you take a right on Rocha Blade. You can go in right there. You come in at Tulane. You exit out of South Durgeois. It gives you a pattern in there. And I appreciate everything that you're saying about the habits that people have. A lot of young people don't own cars anymore. They use car services. They're going to be calling an Uber or somebody to take them and drop them off. That Uber's not going to park and wait for them.
But that car is still gonna have to come in, so
And
I'm
that's-
glad you bring up that point. So let's look
Yeah.
at their site design standard. They have a circular drop-off lane that's here. To me, that is something that takes into account that type of service.
And that's important, but I would tell you, there's a lot of people across the street, and the people in our neighborhood, they walk to Big Easy and buy groceries at Big Easy at the corner of Canal and Carrollton. Not Canal, Canal and Broad. I believe you're going to have more people, particularly younger people, walking, and there's bus stops at Tonti, and there's 2 bus stops right there near this intersection. We want to encourage this.
So I'm just going to step in here because I feel like we're constantly having this back and forth conversation of desires versus reality, and I just want to speak briefly about a little bit of reality around what we're dealing with. Not at all trying to say one way or another at this point, but I wasn't at the meeting last month, so I kind of came into this from a different perspective. I literally looked at this and did not know initially that this was Trader Joe's. So as I'm reading through this packet initially, I had a different perspective. And so I kind of did have this idea of trying to understand what the need for this extensive parking was and why this was laid out the way that it was. And I know one of the earlier commenters brought up the brand and whether or not this was being driven by the brand. Once I knew, and this is purely just explaining my review of this, so once I knew what this project was, it is very difficult to look at this in a way that you don't consider the fact that this is a Trader Joe's, because it is totally different. Every business that all of the commenters have named, the Winn-Dixie, the other grocery styles, even Whole Foods, it is totally different how these are utilized. And so it's very hard for me to see this and not think about the chaos of trying to go to the other Trader Joe's location. And I only mentioned jokingly when Mr. James was listing the different areas because there is no other. I live in New Orleans East. I work on the West Bank. So there is no other convenient location. So I travel by personal vehicle, and I am not unique. And I'm saying that to say that I know that there is a large vehicle traffic. Most of the people that live in New Orleans East are not going to travel by bike. They're not going to utilize Ubers or anything like that. They're going to use their vehicles, and that's because we don't have a lot of options of places to go. So we're used to driving a lot of places. And so this 2-lane location may pose an easier option, whether we work in the downtown area or what have you. That's going to probably pose a more convenient option. And I'm only saying this to give you a different perspective. I am not at all dismissing what you have posed and what you have discussed. I'm just trying to explain to you that there's another segment of the population that hasn't been discussed that would probably utilize this space with a vehicle. And I'm not saying that what we have right now is the best option, but I completely recognize that parking is going to be very, very difficult. And one of the questions that I was going to ask, because again, I wasn't here last month, so I don't know if this has come up, but I'm trying to understand, I don't know if staff may be able to weigh in or someone from the area to share we've talked about some places further away, but what's in the immediate blocks around the Trader Joe's in terms of, I'm trying to consider what parking looks like currently.
Currently, it's a problem because we're right near the public defender's office is there, even though they have their own parking spot. A lot of the people still park in the street. Sometimes the VA people park there. There were a lot of promises made to us in the neighborhood about the VA parking garage, what a difference it was going to make. So parking is an issue. And the answer to the question you asked, Mr. Gonzalez, we want a reasonable, adequate amount of parking here. We really do. And we didn't even come in initially saying, no, nothing on the parking. No, we want a parking lot that works. And we want people to feel welcome coming into the neighborhood. Please drive into the neighborhood, from wherever you're coming all over the city. But remember, there are people who live there. And we're going to be there from 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. We're talking about a stunning amount of traffic coming in there.
Yeah.
So what I think we'd like to figure out is we've tried this with them to find, is there a compromise somewhere? Is there something?
And that's what I was trying to understand, kind of, you've suggested, and I'm apologizing that we're engaging more with you, but you're standing there at the podium. But what I'm trying to understand, and not that we're at a place of trying to compromise, but I'm trying to hear from your comments, and you've mentioned a couple of times about asking for a traffic study or asking for something. And this may be to Mr. Sherman or Mr. Granderson, trying to understand how the number that's been posed, how did we get to that number for the parking? Because I know the community has mentioned requesting sort of a starting point, I guess is what you're saying, to figure out how to have this work.
And Madam Chair, before he does that, because I'm going to have a question for Miles as well, a piggyback. But
can I finish through this thought first and then come back to?
Okay.
Since I've already put it on the floor.
Oh, that's fine.
Go ahead, Miles.
Yeah.
The parking count is driven by the tenant. I think a lot of you up there have experience with development. I think you know how that works. One thing I think is important to note here is that Trader Joe's is year in, year out ranked #1 in customer satisfaction amongst grocery stores. They know what they're doing. I will note that on top of that being #1, what's the #1 complaint that's still given to them? It's that they don't have enough parking. So what we're taking here is we're taking the #1 customer satisfaction grocery store in the country and fixing and they're saying, hey, you know what, we're fixing our #1 problem. So that's where that comes from. And again, I think we'd point out that, knowing that most of the interaction is going to be vehicular, the design maximizes the efficiency, what makes sense, the safety of the location, knowing that's the case.
So, and Madam Chair, I'm going to interject on this one a little bit. I get what Mr. Grandison is presenting, but I'm just looking at it from how I deal with site development standard, or how I deal with site development. It's clear just off of what's here. They're trying every ounce to maximize every square foot of real estate within the parking lot, within the remainder of the site. I'm assuming that this is based on a larger square foot typical model as opposed to what may have been done before, correct? For instance, the Veterans property expanded its square footage recently. I'm assuming that this takes into that maximum square footage of a standard model?
Trader Joe's is trying to fix that problem. So, this is, not unique, is trying to fix their underparking problem.
No, I'm with you. What I'm actually asking, it's multi-stepped. It may be the gentleman from SCNZ. When you guys laid out the site, you laid it out based off of the maximum square footage of what you needed for that prototypical model, correct? You laid out the building first on the site, then you maximize parking to that building, yes or no? Thank you. That's kind of the point. I mean, and I think that's what everybody really needs to take into consideration, and you got to give some respect to where the design professionals are stuck with the land that's there. I'm assuming the pharmacy restaurant, is that still open or is that closed? It's a new restaurant there, so you already have a commercial use on this block. Everything that's across Durgeon from it is primarily commercial use outside of one residential building, correct? The buildings across Durgeon.
Right.
It's commercial use. I believe there's the garage, then there's
There's one
and there's
residence
one
at
resident.
the corner of Durgeon and Banks, and the rest of it is, and so that's why that's perfect for an exit lane, get the cars going out there, they're not bothering the residents. Rocha Blade, there's no residents.
So hold up.
Banks is our residence.
All right, hold
Okay.
up. Now, so I'm gonna argue that point to you right now. If you're telling me the residence is on the Durgeon, that the single residence that actually directly abut, because there's a median that separates this on Banks. You have residential use on the opposite side of Bank Street, which is a multi-lane corridor, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That means you have some level of a planned buffer between what is proposed commercial versus what is residential.
That's correct.
Okay, so we gotta take that into account here.
That's correct. And I'll tell you, in answer to Ms. Forrest, also the question that you were raising, every person you talk to in the city says they love Trader Joe's. They want Trader Joe's. There's no question about it. The brand has made a difference. I don't know how that fits into what you all do, because what happens if Trader Joe's isn't there, or that deal falls through? Because this goes to the land, is my understanding, what you all are doing. So there is a concern, which is why one of the provisos that's there, if it's not Trader Joe's, if you make exceptions for them based on their plans for how much parking they need, then there needs to be some protection down the road. The other thing that everyone says is that they love Trader Joe's and they want Trader Joe's, but they don't want to live across the street from it. This is what you hear whenever you ask, well, how would you feel if they were across the street from you, even with a buffer zone on a quiet street? And people go, oh, no. I don't want, like you're talking about, having to drive around, look for a place to park when you come home at the end of the day.
And I think that goes to the volume of
It does.
Of use of a Trader Joe's, and I think that's why I said in my comments the struggle that I'm having is trying to, as I'm sure what staff did, was trying to make decisions looking at this as just. And I think that's probably why it was referenced as just a grocery, as opposed to specifically calling it Trader Joe's, because in a normal world, you're looking at just the square footage and what the normal parking requirements are. But what I would worry about and what I would hate to see happen is that there's so few parking spaces that this becomes a nightmare for that community. And so that's part of what, in my mind, I keep thinking about as well, and making sure that we're trying to find whatever's the the correct, appropriate
Yes, you are absolutely right
number.
about that, but we have no evidence. Show us what it is. What's this formula you talked about, Mr. James? I'm sure there is a formula. We were told, they initially asked for 103. We were told they actually needed 105 or wanted 105. So we're going, okay, all at once it's 120 something. Well, wait a minute. How
So
many
the
did they-
additional is only for it's from Miles's comments, the number for Trader Joe's has always stayed the same. What has changed is this additional structure. So if you're speaking of what Trader Joe's needs, that number has always been static.
But doesn't they define the additional structure as an accessory building?
Okay, yeah, so let's.
That's out of
So
our
that's
purview.
confusing.
So, and it really isn't, honestly, from my perspective. And I'm gonna come back to the two-lane design corridor standards that I actually am not a big fan of. Okay. It forces a development to put the parking behind a building structure. So I'm gonna still give respect to that design corridor standard. It actually promotes an out parcel development like they have shown. So what they're also looking at is, let's get the parking configuration right now so that you have a higher point of viability to design that corner, so you then have a structure that does provide the buffer of the parking area by showing a potential development. If it's not appropriately planned for in the beginning to show how that building can come online, they're basically, they're gonna end up having to redesign the full site based around a new design standard. So I have to give a level of respect to the property owner and the design team to come up with a formula to show how the rest of the site can be developed, whether it's an accessory building to Trader Joe's or not, versus it being a separate building. To me, this is no different from the CVS that you see on Carrollton, where they have like the Wingstop and everything built into the outer building. So again, it's the design standards that's pushing these pedestrian-oriented shared vehicular corridors, and how do we create the buffer around the parking, because everything we speak to within the CZO is about not making the vehicular-oriented status come first, but to shield it so that the businesses are brought to the front street. So I think we got to provide some latitude in terms of a master plan being provided for this full block, considering that this entire block is a commercial use.
So let me ask you about
And
this.
that's not a question back and forth. I'm bringing a statement. So if another board member has a question.
I have a few, because I was talking and they got away from me. And I'd like to thank Commissioner James for mentioning his close, personal, and dear friend who had,
I know it. Yeah, you being
I love you,
Go ahead.
man.
Yeah,
Let me
bro.
tell you
Go ahead.
something. I'm the restaurant owner who failed on 2-lane at 2222 Lane, Wild Wings, franchise. Can't miss, right? Building the exact same time as the UMC. But besides the fact that he knows personally, because we've discussed it, besides the fact that those folks can't, the LCMC gives the rank and file 30 minutes, and they have a fantastic cafeteria and eating area inside that building. No one was walking across the street at 2-lane and Galvez to get amazing wings and amazing burgers and fries. They simply didn't have the time. But more than that, a major challenge was the fact that we could not offer off-street parking to our customers. We were the only commercial space in the Keller building, which is a apartment building. I'm sure you know it. So residents could park in there, but there really wasn't anything to accommodate customers. So he's coming to support me, get a drink, and get a couple of wings, and he's walking 3 blocks, 7 o'clock at night. A couple of years ago on 2-lane. Now, you guys obviously recognize that Trader Joe's is going to get some parking spots. I didn't have any, so it's not completely apples to apples. But I will say that I am a big fan of any development, and we all know Trader Joe's, regardless of whatever forecasted scientific number they come up with, if you can shoehorn one more spot onto that site and keep it off of the street, I'm a fan of it. We're not here. I can't address the curb cuts. We can't address a lot of it because it's not on the docket. But what's on the docket that is kind of front burner because it's technically denied from staff as far as a recommendation is the parking limitations. The Phil organization waited years and years to get a primo tenant like Trader Joe's, right? And if Trader Joe's goes in, I think they'd probably be cutting their nose off to spite their face if they didn't develop Outlot B because it's not financially wise to not. When I'd love to buy the lot and build a new wall there because guess what? I'm going to be rolling in the dough instead of losing my shirt. I just bought this one last week.
We'll walk over to your place and get some.
Well, and talking about walking, and this is where I'm going to have my question for Miles. The other thing is, practically speaking, as many spots as they did get on there, and Todd mentioned the turnabout, which is perfect for ride share. I don't forecast a lot of people on bikes, putting bags on their handlebars and riding away. I do see some traffic as far as walkability. You've got buildings across the street, and that's why I want to talk about the main entrance and how accessible two-lane is to folks who are walking. But yeah, you want to have as many cars there as possible. I live in the East as well. You don't want somebody taking that cart and pushing it a block or two down the street and then leaving it on the side of the street. Now you're talking about your quality of life, not mine, because I'm going to drive from the East, go to Trader Joe's, which I don't do right now because they're not in Orleans Parish, but I'll support this one and then go back home. So, and I don't litter, but I know a lot of folks, I see it chaps. It is something.
You touch on something that's really important here. This whole thing is so car-centric, and that's the way we live today. But the whole thing in the master plan, the CZO, is also the future. And we know that things are going to change, and we do want this to be pedestrian-friendly. We don't want Tulane Avenue to go back the way that it was. The state has done planting trees, all this stuff's going on. We need shade trees. We need areas to do stuff like that. We want it to be available, and that primary entrance on Tulane Avenue is a big deal for us. That's a very big deal. And one last thing I'm going to say about the parking thing. Show us just come here and show us what your need is. Show us that this is our study that you've done. These are the number of spaces that we need, and we're going to design a thing that's not chaotic. Yeah. And please take out that curb cut on Bank Street to protect the neighborhood.
So I would like to hear their response to Tulane and just the exit and entrance being the main one on Tulane. Also, please speak to Mike or Miles, the walkability and being able to walk in, not have to walk around to the bank's fronting side of the building to go make groceries. And for what it's worth, Mary, I appreciate y'all wanting shade trees and I mean, I went to Disney 2 times last year. I'd love to see little kids hopping and skipping around, but this is a auto-centric. To James's point, this is a major auto corridor, and that's not going to change. I'm done.
Yeah. So it's not, that wasn't a question. So thank you.
No, the question is right here.
Well, the question was to Miles and Mr. Grayling and Mr. Sherman.
So for pedestrians that are approaching, there's the tower that's located on Tulane, and so pedestrians are going to see that tower. It's going to be welcoming. They can enter into that tower. They will stay entirely covered by an overhang above through the actual entrance physically into where the store is. So what they're doing is they're entering into the property. You have a primary entrance onto the property and into the building. In terms of into the actual portion of the building inside of the sliding glass doors, that may be a few further feet down. But again, there will be a welcoming entrance that will be there for pedestrians that will be covered from the elements, and that will allow everybody to access, whether they come by car or whether they come by foot, and of course also acknowledging and designing such that it's maximizing the safety and efficiency overall of the property and the site design, knowing where most people will be accessing.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, cool.
Answer
Staff.
that
Question, comment before this goes to a vote and creates confusion on my end.
Of course.
The design review did call for a revision, so I'm kind of curious if this were to go to a vote. I don't know how that vote would unfold, but I just want, just from my understanding, if there's a conflict with the vote today and what the DAC recommended, which I feel like that's where we're headed towards, how would that
So I guess the
unfold?
question comes, I guess I would ask the question back to you in terms of, let's maybe recap for the board. What is DAC's recommendation?
The only thing that really interacted with this vote today was the entrance on two-lane.
Correct.
So I guess one thing that I was concerned or curious about was if the vote today was to grant the variance to orient the entrance towards parking against the DAC's recommendation, would that create two conflicting situations?
But, well, isn't DAC just a recommending?
Yeah, we're
It
a force
is.
of law.
It is, but I was just,
And so that their final decision is ruled at CPC, or how does that work? Or is it because of the square
executive-
footage
The executive director, I believe, actually has
has the final
that.
authority on that one?
But they've been alluding to the DAC, so I was just kind of curious, like there is a plan. But if this is approved today, then what is their plan with this recommendation? That doesn't seem, anyway.
No, and I'm actually glad you brought that up because that avoids a lot of confusion. Have you guys taken into consideration the DAC's recommendations today?
We certainly have. Once we have a vote from the BZA today and understand the variances that are granted, we'll be back in Jody's hands, our architect, to submit our updated and final plans back to the DAC. And keeping in mind that it's actually an iterative process. Just two quick examples. DOTD has jurisdiction over Tulane Avenue, not just DPW. So we love landscaping, we love trees, we're protecting the big ones, they want to add more. That's an iterative process between DOTD, DPW, Parks and Parkways. So everything from all of these regulatory agencies comes into a final plan set that goes back. So we're not at all concerned about any disconnect. We don't believe there is one. We would ask for the BZA's support of the variances as requested, and then it'll be back in our court to go back to the DAC in consideration of the vote today.
All right, so you would ask for it to be reconsidered at DAC based on today's recommendation?
Yeah, or the next iteration of plans, the final iteration would take into account what happened today.
So you would do the modification based off of what you hear here today, go back through
that process.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the question, just to staff, as it pertains to, because I know that the Bank Street curb cut is actually a DPW item, not DOTD. What was their comments on that piece?
On the curb cut, let me
Yep.
find it.
Only just for the sake of commentary here, not necessarily weighing
Sure.
into our, because I actually have other reasons why I think that it's still appropriate. But I'm not going to supersede DPW in terms of how they review. Mr. Francis, you have it? And just to, if it's something addressing the question I had, yes, please.
It is just wanted to note that the CZO actually calls for there to be a curb cut on Banks.
Thank you. Because it's traditionally to each side yard.
Yeah.
It calls for there to be a curb cut in what is the rear of a
Got
shopping
it.
center development in this zoning district, and since that's deemed as the rear and the closest that we have to a rear.
And if you guys didn't have that curb cut, you'd be coming here for a variance for that.
Actually, if I could interject, the CZO was updated still fairly recently, and curb cut dimensions in particular are considered by DPW's
Correct.
director now.
Well, and that's for the width of a curb cut if it
Correct.
exceeds the 24 feet. But I think what
Correct.
the question was is the necessity of a curb cut on Banks.
Period.
The only language I see in the minutes is the DPW representative questioned the Banks and Dorgenois entrances to the parking lot are redundant. There was a discussion about coordinating with DOTD to discuss encroachment into the sidewalk on two-lane. So that's
Okay.
one of the language there.
Got it. So, to file, and I'm not sure if anybody actually from Trader Joe's on the operational side, is there a pushback to having a second entrance facing two-lane? Whoever could speak to that question.
And you're referring to multiple entrances
And I'm trying to be
yes.
careful about that because I know exactly what that could lead to, but go ahead.
Yeah, so in terms of the store flow, I think you'll see this not just from Trader Joe's, but from almost every grocery store. There's a store flow that's there. It's going to be one, whether we're talking about from a crime prevention, we just talk about the customer experience, and again, number one, customer satisfaction in the country. So in terms of entrance, there has to be one place where people are coming in.
And let's just call that for what that is. That's a protection against shrinkage at the end of the day.
And that's
the more
part of it
points of
that-
entry you have into a store, the more points that you have for theft to occur.
And that's part of it. And it's also, again, it's maximizing the experience of the customer as well.
Thank you.
We proposed one entrance into the store. You look at the Whole Foods.
But you're
Comment
actually
that
out of
entrance
order.
into the
Yeah,
store.
you're out of order, and I got it, but I'm gonna come back to the point I made earlier. When you change the orientation, if it's gonna be a singular entrance and it's gonna be pushed all the way to Tulane Avenue, everyone is now gonna cram to one side of the site to try to park. This is, when you get into a centralized entrance where it does address the overall parking layout, you're now allowing for a better distribution of where people are going to park and an ease of access to the building. So that's why I needed to ask the question of consideration of dual entrance, because I'm looking at it purely through the lens of what is the best practices for site design standards and how those entrances would interact with that layout. Any other questions from the board?
If there are no other questions from the board, is there a motion?
Madam Chair, for motions in order.
Yep.
I guess since
Yes,
I
proceed.
dominated this conversation, I guess this is kind of on me at this point. Madam Chair, with regards to BZA docket number 087-23, my motion would be to grant the requested waivers as initially requested by the applicant. And here's why. I understand everyone's question and concern around what is truly needed from a total parking count. But at the end of the day, the way that this building has been oriented, the way the site has been conceptualized, truly takes into account the spirit and intent of how to best maximize the site, maximize the parking that can be provided, but also take into account what the pedestrian-oriented design standards are for Tulane Avenue. If I had my wish, I would actually move the store to Banks and have the parking move to Tulane so it's less obtrusive to the neighborhood, but that's not what the CZO spells out and requires. So with that consideration, I would move to approve all of the requested waivers and provisos, understanding that it doesn't meet the 9 criteria that's been spelled out as this review. And I'm assuming, would the same 4 provisos still remain, staff?
Yes, that is what we would recommend.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you. With regards to BZA docket 087-23, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Gonzalez, to approve all the requested waivers. Article 15, Section 15.3.A.2, Table 15.2A for front yard setback. Article 15, Section 15.3.A.2 for front yard build-to line. Article 15, Section 15.3.B.1.A, primary entrance orientation. Article 15, Section 15.3.B.1.G, location of loading zone. Article 22, Section 22.4.B, maximum vehicle parking limitations. And Article 22, Section 22.8.A.2.B.2, permitted parking locations, finding that the 9 criteria have been met for all the requested waivers, adopting the commentary as well as the submissions for satisfaction of the 9 criteria being met, and subject to 4 provisos. Roll call vote, Todd James.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
and Candace Forrest, yea. 4 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
Item 5, docket number 093-23. Due to a needed recusal, the board will lose quorum for item 5, BZA docket 093-23. Therefore, this item will be automatically deferred to the December 4th meeting. We will now begin with new business for variances. Item 6, docket number 097-23.
The next item is BZA 09723 for a property located at 3128 Annunciation Street. The request is for the variance provisions of Article 11, Section 11.3A1, Table 11-12-2A of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit in addition to a single-family residence resulting in insufficient rear yard setback. The applicant is proposing the stated variances to add a covered porch to an existing single-family residence where the construction of the porch will not comply with the minimum rear yard setback requirement, thereby requiring a rear yard waiver of 5 feet 2 inches. Presently and historically, the site has contained a rear yard accessory structure, and the applicant intends to demolish the structure to construct the porch. The proposal stems from the applicant's desire to construct a privacy wall in anticipation of new neighbors at the rear of the subject site, as the property south of the applicant will have a 0-foot interior side yard setback with several windows fronting the applicant's property. Based on the requested variances of Article 11, Section 11.3.8.1, Table 11-2A, rear yard setback fails to meet criteria 8 of the 9 of the standards for the variances, and that there are no special circumstances which are particular to the land. Literal interpretation of the ordinance will not deprive the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed by other properties in the district. The special circumstances were caused by the applicant. The variance will confer on the applicant special privileges. Granting the variance will alter the essential character of the locality. The property regulations will not result in demonstrable hardship. The change is exclusively for the convenience and profit of the owner. The variance will endanger the public safety. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the requested variance.
Thank you. Is the applicant present for BZA docket 097-23? You could come up, please.
My name is Jun Kamazawa from.
Make sure you speak into the mic.
828 Franklin Avenue, and I cede my time to property or owner property. Thank you.
Time to me, so just in case. So, good morning. My name is Dan Garnis, 3128 Annunciation. I'm a residential designer practicing for 45 years. I'm born and bred in New Orleans. My mother went to Ursuline. My great-great-grandfather came here in the 1850s. I received an LSU architecture degree in the 70s with Bob Heck and preservationist John Stubbs. I then had graduate studies at UCLA with Charles Moore, later working as an associate with his LA firm. As some of you may know, Charles was the architect with Alan Eskew and Mac Hurd of the Piazza d'Italia. Charles was a great proponent of the spirit of a place, honoring vernacular buildings and indigenous landscapes. I worked with him for 13 years in charge of large projects in California, Berlin, and Japan. I also worked with landscape firms in LA, combining building design with landscape design. In California or Louisiana, it seems the natural thing to do. I opened my residential and landscape design office 25 years ago. I specialize in connecting houses and gardens, building and environments. Traditional New Orleans houses with porches, galleries, courtyards, and gardens are all about that. After Katrina, I returned to New Orleans part-time, and 5 years ago, moved here with my husband, Joe Fay. We moved permanently to our 1887 side hall cottage in the Irish Channel in original condition, which we adore. We're members of the PRC and support efforts to keep our housing stock, which I think is the finest in the country, lovingly intact. We take our role seriously as stewards of a piece of New Orleans history. Joe and I have kept our home as found, original floor plans and exteriors unchanged. Our only request is a traditional metal-covered porch at the rear garden. We have an existing shed in that location on the property line from the 1940s. An almost identical structure attached to the rear of the facade is shown on 1896 and 1909 Sanborn maps. We asked to pull the shed away from the property line and from the two adjacent properties. A deck in that area has already been permitted. We simply asked to cover it. We respectfully disagree with staff's assessment of our requests, which compares our lot to all the Irish Channel lots. However, a corner lot has a deeper setback than mid-block properties, and we have an existing original footprint. We've added nothing to it. There's no place else on the property for a covered porch without impacting the historic architecture and the corner. We believe the HDLC, which has approved our porch design, would agree. There are many other corner lots in the area with similar encroachments. Almost 2/3 of the corner lots within a 2-block radius have a structure in the rear setback, whether garage, porch, or the main house. We've submitted photos of a number of these to our proposal. There's also the precedent of the adjacent property at 729 9th, which was granted a variance recently to convert an 1880s house, which is the same period as ours, into a 0 lot line situation with a new camelback 3 feet away. We support that project for reinforcing the neighborhood texture, but the upshot is that no windows can occur on the new lot line, so all windows in the older house now look only into our property. We ask for a roof to help mitigate that. In addition, we consider the new porch an enhancement, not a detriment to the corner, and we're increasing light and air to the neighbors, as well as increasing fire safety with a metal roof. In summary, we ask for 3 things: to mitigate privacy created by a zoning variance next door by covering our deck with an historically appropriate roof. 2, to reconfigure our existing rear building to increase space, light, and air to neighbors. And 3, to locate a traditional covered porch, as at many corner lots in the neighborhood, in the only place on the property which will not harm existing architecture and where structures have existed for almost 150 years. Both adjacent neighbors have submitted letters enthusiastically supporting us. We ask for your consideration, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 097-23?
So I'm Joe Fay. I'm Dan's husband and a 5-year resident of New Orleans, which I am an enthusiastic endorser of. Unlike Dan, I don't have experience in architecture, so I speak only as a layperson, and I really very briefly make 2 points. One, we believe strongly, we were just at a PRC meeting last Thursday, we believe strongly in the maintenance of the fabric of a neighborhood and the fact that the HDLC endorses our cover on our deck, which you have already approved, the staff has already approved, tells me that in fact we meet that standard, that in fact we are preserving the fabric of the neighborhood, which we would want to do. The second point I would make is that my understanding, and again, I'm a layperson, this is all Greek to me. My understanding is that the zoning intent is to increase light, air, and safety, and we think we're doing that with the removal of the building that has been there for as long as the house has been there, and pulling that back and simply putting a metal roof on top of our deck. At the end of the day, I'm retired. Dan is, we hope, soon to be retired. It seems architects or residential designers or landscape designers can never really retire, but at the end of the day, our hope is to be able to sit under our covered roof and enjoy the rain on a day like tomorrow. I do, though, have pictures. Can I show the pictures?
As long as it's within your time.
Okay, great.
Well,
So first of all,
was it already submitted with your packet?
some of them were, some of them weren't. I'll show only the ones that weren't. Is that okay?
Yeah, I mean, you could do it from the podium.
Okay. So first, the adjacent house that's just been built, this is the picture of what they see now. This is their light and air looking into our garden. It's a building, and this is a second picture of what they see now. It's a building. this is what it looks like from the side, because we have, a standard.
Make sure as
fence.
you're speaking, you're still in the mic, because that's how we are recording.
Sorry,
Thank you.
okay. This is what it looks like from the side, from the street now. And this is what we would propose. So we think we're increasing light, air, and really not doing any harm to the neighborhood fabric, as the HDLC would agree.
And that's the end of your time, Mr. Fay.
Okay.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 097-23? Anyone here in opposition? Any questions from the board?
Just, I need to make just a couple comments for you. I appreciate your background, but I mean, the thing that we're here to review is the 9-point criteria. That's item 1. Item 2, when we get into criteria 9, which talks about impacting light and air, it's not necessarily about what someone's vision line is or what they see from the adjoining property. It's about how a structure itself can impede light and air to an adjacent property, two very different things. Your accessory structure that exists right now is at a much lower height than what's actually being proposed onto the addition of the structure. Here's the second piece. While you may be proposing to have it be open air porch, once a waiver is granted to put any type of roof line that extends off the rear of the property, there's no way for this board, safety and permits, to enforce partitions enclosing that back patio space. If you guys were to retire, let's say you guys move away upon, I do agree, architects don't retire. I already kind of chalked that up in my life. At the end of the day, you guys may choose to sell this property down the road. It does increase in value because of how it's been improved. And the person who comes behind you can easily enclose that porch, and there's nothing that could be said or done to that effect to stop them from doing so. So that's what we have to consistently weigh into how we review this, and traditionally how we've addressed these type of applications in the past. I understand what you guys are intending to do, but I would strongly advise just looking at something that still fits within the limitations of where the rear yard setback line is established in order for you to still meet what you guys are trying to achieve.
Need to come up to the mic. And I have a question kind of touching on what Mr. James mentioned, but it was more of a comment, not really a question that he had. But in terms of the 9 criteria that Mr. James brought up in reviewing the documents, and I know you've indicated that you're a layperson in regards to working on these types of items, but the 9 criteria, the applicant is asked to address the 9 criteria in the sense that the staff has already gone through this process, and based on their review, they find that in order to have a waiver request granted, you'd have to meet all 9 of those criteria. And based on the staff's review, it's already stated that their review doesn't see where you've met the 9 criteria. So your response is to address, especially those criteria that you haven't met, but to address how your project does in fact meet the 9 criteria. But in looking through the response that was provided, I don't know that it adequately lays out a response. And the one that stuck out initially to me was item 6, where the applicant is to show a demonstrable hardship. And the response doesn't at all address any type of hardship should the request not be granted. And that was only one. Several of the others also were not sufficiently responded to show any way that you are able to satisfy all 9 of the criteria. And to Mr. James's point, as we're making our decisions, that's what we look at to rely on whether or not the request does satisfy the 9 criteria. And what we have before us doesn't show that it does. And so his follow-up comments were just suggesting some alternatives. And even in looking at the report, there are some alternatives that exist, because the commentary that was provided in your response indicated that you desired to construct a privacy wall, but not that it was a desire, which is one of the 9 criteria, that it's purely for the profit and convenience of the owner.
So I was focused more on the spirit, and I understand that you can only focus on the letter of the law. I was trying to focus on the spirit of the law, which was, as I understood it, maintaining the fabric of the neighborhood, which we think it does, and improving light, air, and safety, which we think it does as well. I don't really have a adequate response beyond that. We just thought that from a property rights standpoint, one thing we did submit, so that you'll know this isn't a precedent. There are, in our immediate neighborhood, and I drove around and took pictures of this, dozens, literally half the corner lots have construction completely into the setback, and it's not a roof, it's a building all the way back to the property line. So from a property owner's standpoint, we feel like we're being given a disadvantage versus other property owners who have exactly the same circumstance, and we really don't think that we're disrupting the fabric. So no, we didn't respond to each of the items individually. We were focused on the spirit rather than the letter of the law, and the fact that the precedent has already been established by multiple buildings around us. So we'd find it surprising if you thought that they deserve something that we don't get to get.
So
I just,
yeah, and I'm actually,
I guess it's the lawyer in me that can't maybe lawyers don't retire either. I don't know.
Oh, no.
But first off, the other items, I don't know specifically the addresses or any of the information, but any of those other items are not the ones that are properly before us. What we have before us is this item, but I just want to be clear that this is in no way about what a property owner deserves. It's more of, and we can't separate the letter of the law from the spirit of the law. So we have to abide by what we're legally required to do, and that is to ensure that not just 1 or 2 of the 9 criteria, but that all 9 of the criteria are satisfied. And so this is not about somebody deserving something more than another, and that's just really not an appropriate stance to take, because that's not at all the process that we undertake. I think we've kind of clearly laid out how we handle the review of these requests, so I'll just kind of leave it at that.
Yeah, and I was just gonna say, just deferring back to the staff report on page 4, they actually address this in terms of the context within the neighborhood, and they talk about 85% of the other properties within this area are in compliance. They're only showing roughly 15% that may be out of compliance. So that doesn't establish that there's a precedent within the that there's a development precedent within the neighborhood that would establish a detrimental right that other people have had the right to enjoy. So, and just to really further explain, when you get into this when there's an expansion of the primary building into the rear yard, it's not just being able to enclose that deck. You're also able to then build up to the maximum building height when that footprint is expanded into the rear yard. That, again, reads against criteria 9, spirit and intent of what number 9 speaks to in protecting the adjacent property owners in terms of detrimental air and light. So while the chairwoman does speak to criteria 6, even if we were to address all of the remaining criteria, I still have a moment for pause with criteria 9, that standard cannot be met.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I know you're the designer on it. I mean, I don't mind, and the property owner. But if you're going to speak specifically to criteria 9 in terms of my comment.
We're going through, in our response, perhaps we didn't list them number by number, but we are going through and responding to the staff's points. And specifically, that staff says that we are decreasing light and air. Well, that's not true, because we're actually taking away a building, as Joe showed, that it's 3 feet away from the neighbor. We're pulling it back an extra 5 feet. When you're saying that we're going higher than the existing building, the back of the existing building is the height of the back of the porch. So we're not increasing, we're just sloping back up to the house. When we talk about, we can't go any higher than that later. That's, we're at the height right now. We're happy, as staff had suggested, if, as a possibility, to put this as a bond on the property. In other words, that nobody can do anything, nobody can enclose it, nobody can expand on it. And it's true that anybody can come back and build anything in the cover of dark. And we're trying not to do anything like that. We're trying to come back here and put all our cards on the table, do right by the city, do right by what is in the neighborhood, the texture of the neighborhood, the fact that over half, almost 2/3 of the properties in our neighborhood with corner lots have buildings like this in the back. Our staff does not mention, when they compare us to all the properties in the neighborhoods, we have a deeper setback because we're a corner lot. And I think it's very disingenuous to say that there's other possibilities for a location of this. We can't locate a covered porch anyplace else on the property without damaging the house, which the HDLC is.
It's not that there's other locations to, it's not just that there's other locations to locate it. What the staff reports suggested was that there are other ways to achieve privacy, which was what the desire of the property owner was. And that goes to what I brought up in terms of the 9 criteria, that number 6 was not met because the applicant had not demonstrated a demonstrable hardship. And so when there are alternatives that can bring you into compliance without the need for a waiver, there is no way to have a hardship at that point because you have ways to achieve what you're seeking that don't require the waiver. So that's what the statement that there were alternatives. It wasn't so much just that there's alternative locations on the property, it's that there's alternatives to achieve what the applicant is requesting.
I just have to speak from the heart as an owner and a designer. We're requesting something which is a covered porch in an area that has had an accessory building on the property line and at some points attached to the house for almost 150 years.
Okay, so.
Let me finish.
Well, no, actually, you're out of order if you're going to stop me from speaking.
No.
So I'm going to ask you to discontinue. And
And I just
again,
need to know
and
why the
again,
neighbor
and
was
again.
able to have a 3-foot setback to a variance where they
Sir,
meet
if you're
none
going to
of those
continue
criteria.
speaking, we're going to have to ask you to remove yourself.
So I understand the passion because this is your property. I totally get it. But we are still stuck with a 9-point criteria we have to review by. We also have to weigh what is the future risk associated with the development being granted as is currently proposed. And I'm coming back to, there's 9 criteria that have not necessarily been presented to still be justified in order to grant this request. And I think I've spoken to it from a very technical standpoint in terms of what's shown. You do have an area that you can build to by right. There's apparently some remaining undeveloped portion of the rear lot.
5 feet.
Correct. Which people have done more with less. At the end of the day, that's what we're stuck with. And again, I'm gonna reiterate this point. It is not just about what you guys desire to have for your personal benefit. It's about what the future development rights can be once this is granted. We could talk about a bond. At the end of the day, it is so hard to enforce. And I'm not, you guys are doing it the right way by actually submitting plans and everything else, but often you're the ones who get handicapped because you did it the right way. And when we come here to try to review it, we have to still follow the 9 criteria, as opposed to a long list of people who come in front of this board who build it without a building permit and then come in here and beg for forgiveness after the fact. And it's a much harder situation to deal with at that point. We have to still adhere to what the CZO spells out, what the limitations of where the development area can be. And I think the staff did a pretty excellent job in terms of what they outlined in terms of the 9 criteria and justifying why they have their recommendation. So that's going to conclude.
Property got a huge variance
And again, that's not a question
9
to you.
None of those
Again,
9 criteria, they met none of them, none of them.
not here to weigh other
So
people's
we're being
property.
held
Staff,
to
you
a
have
different
anything you would like to follow up?
standard.
If I'm going to ask you to leave if it continues.
I would just like to add that maybe part of what is the confusion is that their property currently has an accessory structure.
Correct.
And what they're proposing is an addition to a principal structure.
Correct.
And the accessory structure also has a historical use that's been there, I believe, since 1950. That may be the earliest, since 1909, as being an accessory structure. So the change is actually going from accessory to principal, which is also another change in the variance.
Correct. Thank you, Ms. Dixon.
So I do have a question. You actually approved the, can we
We're
not
out of
ask
order.
a question?
We're out of order right now because a question hasn't been asked of you as the applicant. So this is not a back and forth. I think right now that, if I believe so, Madam Chair, the board has the floor.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the board?
If a motion's in order.
Yes, proceed.
Madam Chair, with regards to BZA docket number 097-23, my motion is to accept the staff's recommendation for the requested waiver of Article 11, Section 11.3.8.1, Table 11-2A for rear yard setback, and move for denial of the request.
Second.
With regards to BZA docket 097-23, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Alvarez to deny the requested waiver, finding that the 9 criteria have not been met. Roll call vote, Todd James.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
Candace Forrest, EA. 4 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
Item 7, docket number 098-23.
BZA docket 9823 is a request to permit the construction of a single-family residence with insufficient front yard setback, insufficient permeable open space, and insufficient off-street parking. The staff believes the requested variance of permeable open space fails to meet 2 of the 9 criteria, and that the property regulations would not result in a demonstrable hardship, and the variance is based on the convenience or profit of the property owner. Therefore, staff recommends denial of this requested variance. The staff also believes that the requested variance of off-street vehicle and bicycle parking requirements fails to meet 3 of the 9 criteria, and that approval of the variance will confer a special privilege upon the applicant. The property regulations will not result in a demonstrable hardship, and the variance is based upon the convenience or profit of the property owner. Therefore, the staff recommends denial of the requested variance. And based on this report, the staff believes the requested variance of front yard setback meets 9 of the 9 criteria for standards for variances. So staff recommends approval of this variance subject to 2 provisos.
Is the applicant present for BZA docket 098-23? Is anyone here in support of the applicant? Anyone here in opposition? You can come up.
Claudia Celestin. I inherited the property at 1705 Humanities Street. I live in New Orleans East, though, if that's relevant. At first, I was so happy that this property was torn down, and I was hoping that it was going to be converted to green space, because this is a 30 by 30 foot lot that had a dilapidated home on it for, seemed like over 20 years. It had vagrants who lived in this property. It had a school bus that hooked up to the property electrical source on a pole, and it just had overgrown vegetation that was never really taken care of. So I was really happy when the property was torn down. But then I saw this sign that said that we were asking for some zoning changes. So in investigating it, I found that the front yard, which does not meet the standard for setback requirements, I'm hearing. The parking is not meeting the code standard, and also the permeable yard space is not up to code in the proposal. So I enjoyed the recommendations by the staff because it did enlighten me onto what I could fight against. Because at first I was wanting to fight against the request of a two-story, because on that street, in that block, there are really no two-story homes on that side of the street. The two-story homes are on Humanity in the 1700 block, which butts up to that property. So you have this little house that looked like it has always been out of step with that neighborhood, because this little piece of property looked like it was taken away from a lot that was 110 feet deep. But then, I don't know how, when, where, but 30 feet of it was subdivided to something else. So now you want to build a two-story property on it, then go on, build a two-story property because it does meet the height variance. It's under those requirements. But everything else, the setback, okay, I can go with that too because of the fact that we basically got used to the stoop being right there on the sidewalk area. And if this is something that you want to walk from your home into that type of situation, then that's fine. But for the other recommendations that the staff made, I hope you guys uphold those. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in opposition to BZA docket 098-23? Any questions from the board? I just wanted to confirm quickly, because I was looking at the staff report. Oh, I was looking at the staff report, and I saw that it was approval in part and denial in part. And from the comments, you were saying that it was fully approved. Can I just get?
No, so it was approved for the front yard setback
Got it.
only.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. It may have just been the way it was stated. Got it.
Question. Was the original building demolished?
It's still showing on the survey.
It's down.
It's down.
Okay.
And I mean, the applicant knows they're on the docket
Yes,
today.
they do.
Okay.
They were at they were here last week.
Okay. Any communication from them since?
They said they would be here.
Yeah, I had a question because I didn't, I don't remember seeing anything addressing the 9 criteria from the applicant, unless I missed something in the report. And that was going to be my question to the applicant.
And I know, I mean, what's been our precedent if someone isn't present,
Mm-hmm.
you know how we've handled that on the first pass. But I will state that my biggest concern is that clarification, that the structure was actually, what's proposed in a plan replicates what was there, just in a 2-story capacity, as opposed to it being a 1-story structure. But once it's been demolished, that
Clean slate.
right has been
Right.
wiped.
Well, that's almost an undevelopable site.
30 by 30, I done came up with some cool stuff.
Yeah, they should be able to design a off-street parking spot though, right?
I'll be
I mean,
very-
with a clean slate.
I'll be very cheeky in this comment, and it's just a lazy design, quite honestly. Madam Chair, for motions in order.
Are there any other questions from the board? Proceed.
Understanding that the applicant isn't present to present that 9 criteria, as much as I hate to keep deferring items, we gotta just stay in accord. So with regards to BZA docket number 098-23, my motion's for a 30-day deferral to grant the applicant time to be present and present his comments related to the 9 criteria. And just to the lady that did speak in opposition, I mean, your comments do go into the record, so that is taken largely into account to what we have as well.
Second.
With regards to BZA docket 098-23, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Gonzalez to defer this item 30 days. Roll call vote, Todd James.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez. Yay. Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
Candace Forrest, yay. 4 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
The next item is item 8, docket number 099-23. BZA 099-23 is a request for variances from the provisions of Article 21, Section 21.6.A.7 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit the construction of a pool house or cabana with insufficient distance from the interior side and rear lot lines. It is the intention of the property owners to install an in-ground pool in the rear yard and renovate the existing shed into an accompanying pool cabana. Due to an encroaching structure on the neighboring property to the rear that abuts the current shed, the placement of the pool house will result in deficiencies of Article 21, Section 21.6.A.7. There's also an existing neighboring structure to the side of the shed that also triggers a second waiver request. According to the article and section, a detached accessory structure may be built on the interior side or rear lot line, provided there is no existing structure on the adjoining lot located on or within 3 feet of the common interior side. The reconstruction of the shed will close the existing distance of about 2.5 feet to 0 feet. As there is an existing structure on the adjoining lot, the proposed shed will require a waiver of 3 feet. The applicant stated there is no intention of interfering with the driveway servitude and will adjust the plan accordingly to satisfy the neighboring concerns and to remove any encroachments onto it, stating that they are not trying to get this specific design approved, just to have the setback reduced due to the encroachments of the neighboring structures. The plans submitted by the applicant show the utilization of the existing rear and shed walls, which makes the most logical sense from an environmentally conscious design standpoint. However, the applicant could salvage portions of the existing shed and create compliance with the CZO should the applicant decide to flip the location of the outdoor shower to the existing brick wall along the rear lot line of the property. The applicant would be able to meet the 3-foot setback without compromising on square footage and design choices. Staff surveyed the square in which the property is situated, the continuous lots on either side of the subject property, and the 4 surrounding squares, analyzing a total of 123 properties, not including the subject site. Out of those 123 properties, 73 properties, or 59%, do not contain accessory structures. 8 properties, or 77%, were undeterminable as to the status of accessory structures due to tree canopy coverage, and 42, or 35%, of the properties do contain accessory structures. According to this data, of the 42 properties that have accessory structures, 37 of the properties, or 88%, are insufficient by the current CZO regulations for setbacks. When comparing to the totality of surrounding properties surveyed, however, it is less common for properties to hold an accessory structure. The board has also denied a previous case due to the applicant's abilities to modify their plans for compliance. In accordance with Article 25, Section 25.4.F.3, a structure that is that is not relevant. Staff is recommending denial of BZA docket 099-23 as it fails to meet the 9 standards of approval.
Good afternoon, Board. Missy Quigley, Sherman Strategies, 800 Barone, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70113. Thank you for taking the time to review this, and I want to thank Cameron for her staff report. This property has a lot of issues that are causing it to be peculiar. There is a driveway servitude that goes 90 feet from the front property line that is shared with the next door neighbor. The majority of the driveway is on my client's property, but he has to share it with the neighbor. In addition, there's a structure in the rear that is encroaching that already almost meets this 3 feet. There's a photo on page 2 of your report that the staff noted that there's a gap, but that's actually some structural boards inside of it that belong to the neighboring property owner. So there is no open space between the existing encroachment and what is there now. As noted by the staff, the 42 properties in this area with accessory structures, 88% of those are not compliant. We think that this encroachment and also the driveway servitude necessitates the need for these waivers because it's constraining the size of the lot. I didn't really understand the comment about flipping the shower because putting that against the wall, it would still not be compliant. Part of the driveway servitude problem is removing that outdoor shower likely because it encroaches into the next door neighbor. This is not a condition created by the owner because the encroachment and the driveway servitude were created by the neighboring properties, not this property owner nor any ancestor entitled in the last 100 years signed the servitude. It goes back all the way into the teens. And again, it's not a special privilege, as 88% of structures in this area are non-compliant. And basically, this property owner cannot use their property as the neighbors do, and it could trigger an alternative variance with open space requirements if they cannot have this on the property line. They just want to be able to use their backyard to the fullest extent, just like their neighbors. This is an issue of fairness and consistency, and so we ask that we get to be in line with 88% of the other properties. And as noted, criteria 8 and 9 are met. And then we have the property owner here as well, and let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 099-23? You can come up.
Thank you, and thank you all for your time today, and thank you, Cameron, as well. So for this property, we bought it and renovated it a couple years ago, tried to keep it, with all the standards of an old house, and I think we've done a pretty good job of that. On the property lines, I don't know if you can see it in your pictures or not, but if you're looking at the back of our house, on the left side, there's a garage. It's right on the property line. Behind us, that brick fence is in our property, and then there's a white building that's a 2-story building that's right on the property line. And then on the right side is the side that we're asking for. It's on the driveway side where there's a brick cabana that's been built right on the property line. And so all we're asking is for us to be able to build right there on that property line with them. Our neighbor is okay with that. Their concern was us coming into the servitude, which you can see into this design. As we explained to Cameron, we incurred costs to get the design done. We had a landscape architect do it. These were ideas. We don't want a basketball goal in the driveway. We don't want the outdoor shower, and we will not encroach into that servitude. And so once he knew that, he was fine with this. But yeah, when you look at it, and again, I have a video if you need to see it, but there are literally structures on the property line on all 3 sides of us. And so we're just asking to take that the tin building that's there when we renovate it and put it on the property line as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 099-23? Anyone here in opposition? Any questions from the board? I just had one question. I know, Missy, in your comments, you were saying that the statement from staff didn't make sense. The staff was suggesting that there was an alternative placement where there wouldn't be a need for variance requests. You're saying that that's not the case?
I just didn't understand it. It was in the comment. It's in several of the comments.
Yeah, and I was looking at it under the demonstrable hardship section.
It was flip the location of the outdoor shower to the existing brick wall along the rear lot line, and then they would meet the 3-foot setback. But the shower is in the front of this proposed design, and we're actually going to remove that. So if you would move it to the brick wall, it still would be up against the brick wall, necessitating a variance.
Okay. I guess just a question to staff on whether, I'm just trying to understand the statement in line with the, that because of this ability to relocate, it wouldn't meet number 6 for demonstrable hardship.
Sure. So at the time that the report was written, it wasn't understood that these plans are not necessarily the final plan. So in analysis, we took it as this is what they're intending to construct. So as you can see, the rear wall of the existing shed currently abuts that brick wall. However, I know that the applicant is intending to only demolish certain portions of it. So instead of keeping the wall that touches the brick wall and the interior wall that faces into the yard, they could demolish that wall, keep the wall that faces the interior yard, and then put that back wall up to where this proposed shower would be, creating 3 feet of space.
So I guess she's basically saying demolish the back wall that's already up against the structure. But if you look at the photos of how it is, we would have to involve the rear property owner to demolish part of their property, which we're not sure if that's theirs or ours because of grandfathering, acquisitive prescription. So that really isn't possible to do that. We're trying to keep that as is to not disturb our rear property owners who are encroaching on us.
Does that help staff in any way? Clarify what's the demarcation point of what's the adjoining property owner structure versus where the actual encroachment exists?
Is the brick wall the wall that is a part of the shed? Or is there a shed wall and then the brick wall?
So the brick wall, which again is all on our property line is actually behind it. For that shed, the brick wall actually comes in, and there is a brick wall with the shed up against it. But the wall behind the shed actually comes in further on our property. And we're not asking about that. We're only asking for that piece that you can't even see that's on the driveway, just to be able to go up against that brick building, not the brick fence. And to address the shower, there will be no outdoor shower.
And I'm only asking the questions because I'm trying to be clear on whether or not there truly is an alternative way to come into compliance, because to me that changes whether or not you've satisfied criteria 6. So that's what I'm just trying to get clarity from staff on.
I think staff's general point was just that there is a way to redesign it spatially so it fits on the site with the appropriate 3-foot setbacks. And it might involve reducing the size of the shed or of the new structure.
What we're saying is we can't touch that back wall, so it's already existing, but we need to have that one there. And because that is already there, you know, we're already not having part of our yard. We need to go over, because if we, you know, we're already reducing the square footage because of the servitude, and it's going to trigger probably an open space variance if we don't get this because of the pool and then the required landscaping requirements and open space requirements. Because of the brick wall is, I want to say, a foot over the property line encroaching into our property, then this goes out another 2.5 feet from the brick wall into our yard. And then, as we said, we talked to the next door neighbor. He was concerned mostly about the servitude. He's totally okay with it, meeting together and working on fire rating together, and he is in support of this. He's out of the country right now.
You already saw it happen earlier. Yeah. I feel like I get more confused by this one by the minute. And I think part of it is probably because of how the drawing is established. I know you guys aren't producing the drawing, it's whoever provided it. It's not really giving a clear demarcation point of like, it's hard for me to identify the property line within, maybe because of what was extracted from the staff report. for figure 5. So I'm just trying to make sure I look at a document to clearly understand what is. If you could help illuminate some color to it, I don't mind.
Well, I'm only walking, I'm not trying to approach you.
No, you're fine.
So
The issue is you're gonna have to speak to the mic because we gotta record the minute, so I know you're trying your best. I apologize.
All right, so if you see where the basketball goal is?
Correct.
Okay, so the property line on the driveway, which there is a servitude, is on that brick.
The brick wall
The
that's
brick
there.
wall next to it. So that's the property line, and that's the only variance that we're asking for, is being able to build up against their brick wall, which our neighbor has no issues with. His issue was us encroaching into the servitude. So the basketball goal, the outdoor shower. Again, this was a landscape architect giving us an idea of what it could be, and we're like, we don't want all that. So that's going away, but we didn't want to incur additional costs until we knew that, you know. But anyway, he sent an email, I think, to Cameron stating.
So the outdoor shower that was shown on the drawing is not applicable?
It's not applicable.
And neither is the goal.
Right, and we will not encroach into the servitude. Right.
Yeah, if you want to speak to it, Missy, if you help and provide.
Those two items encroach into the servitude, and that was what the neighbor had the problem with, so we're gonna remove those because they encroach into the servitude. So we have to start further back because we have to have room for 2 cars. The servitude was created, again, like in 1918, and it's basically the driveway starts as one and then kind of bells out, but the majority of the driveway is on this property owner's land, but they share the parking. And so, and it goes
So-
back 90 feet, so that was encroaching into what the neighbor didn't want.
So the pool and the pool storage is the edge of that new shed,
Correct.
basically.
Yeah.
So if I'm understanding, I apologize, I'm confused as well. I couldn't even find
Now I
the
see the
basketball
mark.
goal, so
You see
don't
it
pay
now?
me any mind.
It's right
But
there.
I got it now. So if I'm trying to understand, the request which you're seeking for waivers has not changed, but the design of what you're proposing has.
Or will.
It will change, yeah. We were never intended to come into servitude at all. So like the goal, we never asked for any of that. He just gave us an idea, and that's what we took, because all we were asking for is that wall.
You submitted a drawing not understanding the impact, essentially.
Yeah, and we didn't think the servitude, again, we never intended to encroach on, but the drawing shows that it is. So
Okay.
all we were asking for is that variance on the back.
An issue after we turned in our application and the plans. We didn't realize, we couldn't find it at first, so I had to go to the notarial archives. It's been an entire afternoon there to find it. And we realized how far back it went. We weren't sure about the measurements, so we had to go back and find that.
Board, I will say that even if the plans do change, they will need the waiver for that back wall.
Correct.
And as the shed is, it's only 2.5 feet from that lot line. So if they kept the same dimensions of the shed and maybe extended it down, they would still need a waiver of, I think, half of a foot because there is an existing structure on that side lot line.
Right, and that usually necessitates a 3-foot waiver in order from a maintenance standpoint, right? Because right now, the way, at least from the side yard condition, it's showing a more narrow access point. And if I understood what I saw in the images, that's the low side of the roof slope on the building next to it. Reason why I'm bringing that up is that traditionally you would have a gutter condition on that side. And if you're building closer to it, it becomes less accessible from a maintenance standpoint in terms of how you have a separation between your proposed structure versus the one next to it. So is it your intent to potentially come into compliance to allow the 3-foot setback on that end, or are you still pushing up against their property? Correct.
Yeah, we still want to be, that's the variance that we want because we want to locate it there so that, because we're already making the footprint smaller because of the servitude. And so we want that 3 foot on the side. It's less than 3 feet currently. And we will work with the neighbor for rain mitigation and fire rating, and he's on board with that and wants to work with us on that.
Okay.
Yeah, and just to add to that, I don't know if it matters, but the neighbor is a real estate developer
Doesn't matter.
and our architect. Well, the two of them have met, and he's comfortable with the
No, I understand, and I'm just again, so I'm gonna come back to what you heard me speak to earlier. It's more about the long-term preservation component of it in terms of how to maintain the property next to, how to maintain the structure next to it. I understand that you're looking at it with them to look at it from a fire rating standpoint. That's easily addressed in terms of how you build your wall. But let's say in the case of something were to occur, especially with that being a masonry wall condition on that side, it's not as easy to maintain if you're gonna really appropriately deal with it. And I don't know if you're gonna incur the cost of protecting that building for them by doing these, just based off how the plan is shown right now. And I'm gonna just throw the question out there, because the plans were done, was there any, had they looked at a plan that would try to adhere to what would be the appropriate setback condition? The designer?
So currently where our tin building is and that building on the line, it's not I guess an appropriate setback now because it's not the 3 feet. They're on the property line, and they came and got approval for that before we moved into the house. And then
Right, and usually it's a race to the zero line between two property owners. This is
Yes.
unfortunately how that plays out.
Yeah, so that's right, and so when we talked to them, they were fine with us going on the property line. I think when he saw the plans and it came into the servitude, and so we addressed that. But we've talked about your concern about the maintenance and how that would be designed, et cetera. Obviously, we would incur that cost to design it and build it that way, but he was okay with that.
And there's no way to maybe align it with the existing footprint? Not the full footprint of the accessory structure, but just to match the existing setback line?
Because of the servitude, we have to shorten the front of it.
Got it.
And so we have to keep the back wall because of the neighbor.
Got it.
And so therefore, if we encroach over into the inside, it'll trigger an open space problem.
That's if you keep the existing plan of the structure as it's shown.
If we adjust the plan to go further into the yard.
Right, but and I'm saying that keeps the existing footprint or the floor plate that you're proposing. Has there been any consideration of modifying the floor plan to be a narrower building so that you don't have to go towards the pool?
Well, it can't because of the servitude. The servitude's, because remember, the servitude is where the basketball goal and the outdoor shower is.
Got
so
it. I'm less worried about that piece. I'm looking at it purely from shifting the build, just making it, I'm trying to see how much you
You're
actually
talking about
have it
making it wider.
narrower.
There.
He's just about shrinking it.
Yeah, Todd, what you're saying
Go ahead.
is keeping the width of the existing shed, but extending it to the point where it hits the drive.
Correct.
So similar footprint, just maintaining the current setback.
Yeah, and I'm not 100% sure, but I don't think we can pull it any more into the driveway because we'd then be in violation of the servitude agreement, and that's not our plan. So, again, and I can show you a video if the pictures don't do it justice, but every side of our backyard, either people are right on the property line or they've come into the property.
I got you. And so here's the thing, just listening through what you're discussing in the plan, if you're not using the goal, you're not using the outdoor shower component, can you not just delete that part of the plan, okay? And just have your pool equipment, pool storage, just face the driveway? and not have that wall protrude out? Because I think what's driving that setback, at least where the servitude component come into play, if you're eliminating that use along that side, do you really need to have that area screened off? Because you could pull the building forward.
Well, I think if all of that needs to come off to meet the servitude.
Got it.
So I don't think we can pull it forward anymore.
You can't move the building forward to that line and not have the.
I don't think that is the line, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I think when the landscape architect did it, he had no
So that
consideration
entire
of the
wall,
servitude.
so that entire wall and fence line is all.
Yeah, in the
encroachments.
front, in the front, yeah. Again, all we thought we were focused on is the side over here, meeting it up against the property line.
I'm just trying to figure out how to help to get you to a bigger footprint so you could get to what programmatically you have shown with still adhering to the setback on the sideline.
Yeah,
on the side yard.
I don't know the exact distance, but I think after we went back and looked at this, we really can't come any further. So like that fence that you see where the basketball goes mounted
That goes
against, that goes away.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's why I was really confused. Thank you.
And he would even be fine with that, but it makes it hard to, he has a little kick out on a kitchen, so it's kind of hard to back around the further you push it up.
I think it would be useful to just have an updated document.
I think so.
I was trying not to say that because I thought maybe it was just the non-architect in me,
No,
but that was
and that's
where I was
really,
leaning.
you got to come up. I would strongly suggest like considering a deferral just to come in with a modified drawing showing what we have because it's the what if, and it makes it hard for us to really address it.
Accept a deferral to do that.
Okay.
Is just given that this meeting was pushed back in terms of timing, I don't know, have we already passed the timeline to submit for the December meeting?
Staff reports are due in 1 week, but I think, Cameron, you may be able to provide them a little bit more time since it would be a less substantial update, so it's up to you, your deadline.
I guess if you all can produce reports within 2 weeks, then we can hear it in December. If not, then I would recommend January.
I think he's got a pretty quick turnaround.
Okay.
So I think we could probably get you something soon.
Okay. Are there any other questions from the board?
For motions in order.
Yes, proceed.
So sorry for the back and forth on this, but sometimes this is, I guess, proof positive why drawings are your best friend. With regards to BZA docket number 099-23, my motion's for a 30-day deferral.
Second.
I think I heard, it's been moved by Commissioner James, and I think I heard Commissioner Alvarez first for the second. With regards to BZA docket 099-23 to defer this item 30 days. Roll vote, Todd James.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez. Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
And Candace Forrest, yay. 4 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
Item 9, docket number 0100-23.
For BZA 100-23, staff has reached out to the applicant to request more details to the site plan and a determination from the Department of Safety and Permits regarding the number of dwelling units prior to the expansion. This will allow the staff sufficient information to provide and properly review the request. Therefore, the staff is recommending a 30-day deferral.
Is there anyone here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 100-23? Anyone here in opposition? Any questions from the board?
For motions in order.
Yes, proceed.
Madam Chair, with regards to BZA docket number 100-23, my motion's for a 30-day referral at the request of staff.
Second.
Thank you. With regards to BZA docket 100-23, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Gonzalez to defer this item 30 days. Roll vote, Todd James.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
And Candace Forrest, yay. 4 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
Item 10, docket number 0101-23.
BCA docket 10123 is for properties on the 3900 blocks of Jennifer Street, Kathleen Street, and Amanda Street. The site in question consists of portions of city right-of-way, as well as staff counted 92 lots of record located in Algiers. And these properties, in conjunction with a subdivision and a land transfer, land swap, is requesting waivers of insufficient lot area, insufficient lot width, insufficient lot depth, and insufficient front yard. All of the lots contemplated, all the proposed lots contemplated require at least one of these waivers. And full details of each individual lot's necessary waivers are in the staff report. So as far as recommendation, staff does recommend approval of the request, finding that the request satisfies the 9 criteria of the standards for variances, and recommends approval subject to one proviso.
Thank you. Is the applicant?
Missy Quigley, Sherman Strategies, 800 Barone. How are y'all? So this is an egg we had to unscramble. This affordable housing development was built in 2010 before the CZO update, and all the lots were compliant. Then we realized this is by the way, this is an affordable housing project with 60 units for people with AMI of 20% to 60%. They're all two to 4 bedroom duplex structures with a single family design. And so they were compliant in 2010 when they were built, and then we realized that the actual reality didn't match the paper. So the houses were built on public property, and the streets were built on private property. So we had to come back and re-subdivide to show what is exactly happening. And in the process of that, it created insufficient lots with the current CZO, even those we were built with the old CZO because they're new lots. So that's why we're here, and we just ask, we'll thank the staff for a report and ask for your support of these.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 101-23? Anyone here in opposition? Any questions from the board?
All this breakfast talk has me hungry.
Is there, other than food, is there a motion?
Is there a motion in order?
Yes.
Madam Chair, regards to BZA docket number 101-23, my motion is to accept the staff's recommendation for the requested waiver of Article 13, Section 13.3.8.1, Table 13-2 for minimum lot area for the squares as referenced within the report, and move for approval with the one noted proviso.
Second.
Thank you. With regards to BZA docket 101-23, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Gonzalez, to grant the requested waivers, and just add that it's also for minimum lot width, minimum lot depth, and front yard setback, subject to one proviso, finding that the 9 criteria have been met. Roll call vote, Todd James.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
And Candace Forrest, yea. 4 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
The next item is BZA docket 0105-23 for the property at 1832 Painter Street. Staff is recommending deferral to allow sufficient time for public notice and for the applicant to submit revised documents.
A quick question, staff. Is the 30 days still sufficient, given that the request is also for additional documents?
Yes.
Is there anyone here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 105-23? Anyone here in opposition? Any questions from the board? Sorry, I realized I spoke out of turn. Any other questions from the board?
For motions in order.
Yes, proceed.
Madam Chair, regards to BZA docket number 105-23, my motion's for a 30-day deferral at the request of staff.
Second.
Thank you. With regards to BZA docket 105-23, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Gonzalez, to defer the item 30 days at the request of staff. Roll call vote, Todd James.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
And Candace Forrest, yay. 4 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item?
We will now begin with new business for extension requests. Item 12, docket number 069-21. For the property located at 1515 Poydras Street, the applicant previously received approval of a variance request from the provisions of Article 17, Section 17.4.b of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit the conversion of an office to a mixed-use development above the ground floor dwellings at 430 units and commercial, with insufficient open space per dwelling unit. The applicant is requesting an extension of time pursuant to Article 4, Section 4.6.g.2 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to allow an additional 1-year extension. This request was deferred from last month's meeting.
You can just give your name and address for the record.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the commission. Richard Cortezis, 201 St. Charles Avenue, New Orleans, Louisiana, on behalf of the applicant, East Kelly. Members, as staff point out, this is just simply a request for an extension of an approved open space variance that met previously the 9 criteria. The open space variance was approved on October 2021. The open space is part of an iconic renovation plan in a CBD4 zoning district for mixed-use development. The reasons for the extension request is in part because of the impact of the pandemic on development timelines, which was followed by increased market supply costs, which required revisions to financial budgets of the various moving parts of the project, and also supply chain disruption. As well as some changes to the new IBC code, of which necessitated us revisiting parts of the plan with the city and the state fire marshal. We have maintained regular communications with the city and the state agencies on progress, and we'll believe we are close on the final plan submission, but just need a little more time. And as you all know, under the CZO, we're required to appear before you to request that extension of time. Lastly, the last point I'll make, it's important to note that this approved variance is actually increasing the existing open space by 12,549 feet without expanding the footprint of the development. So it's a really good public policy and a good thing here. So with that, with all due respect, would request your support of a 1-year extension to this already approved zoning variance. Thank you.
Is there anyone here in support of the applicant for the extension request? Oh. Anyone here in opposition? Any questions from the board? Is there a motion?
Madam Chair, if there's a motion. Yes, please forgive me as I reboot, but I believe, what was the docket number? Thank you. In regards to BZA docket 040-23, I move for.
No, it's BZA docket 069.
You see, that's why I was waiting. BZA, yeah. I'll assign a new docket to you. BZA 069-21, I move to grant the requested variance accepting the staff's recommendation, subject to the 3 noted provisos, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so this is just the extension, so everything else would stay the same. So this is granting an extension for 1 year.
Yes, I thought that the approval had some noted provisos, but okay, yeah.
Second.
Thank you. With regards to BZA docket 069-21, it's been moved by Commissioner Gonzalez, second by Commissioner Alvarez, to grant the requested extension, allowing for an additional 1 year. Roll call vote, Todd James.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez. Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
And Candace Forrest, yay. 4 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
Thank you, Commissioners.
We will now begin with unfinished business for safety and permit decision appeals. Will the chair please read the hearing rules for decision appeals?
Rules and procedures for public hearings, appeals of decisions of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits. The following procedures shall be observed during the appeal hearing. Each speaker shall give their name and address prior to speaking on the proposal. The representative of the Department of Safety and Permits shall present to the board the decision which is under appeal, the relevant code sections relating to the appeal, and any information explaining the department's decision. The applicant or representative will speak next. The presentation shall be limited to a maximum of 5 minutes for each applicant or representative speaker. But in no event shall the cumulative presentation total by applicants or their representatives exceed 15 minutes. Proponents or persons in favor of the proposal will speak next and be allowed 3 minutes per speaker. Opponents or persons in opposition of the proposal will speak next and be allowed 3 minutes per speaker. The applicant or representative will be allowed a rebuttal. The rebuttal shall be limited to a cumulative maximum of 5 minutes. Additional information. For an exceptional case, the time limitations may be extended by the presiding officer with the approval of the board. As the board deems necessary, the case may be acted upon at this meeting or deferred for additional information or review. If the case is deferred, it will be acted on at a subsequent meeting as provided by law. All proper parliamentary procedures shall be followed, including recognition of speakers, relevance of argument, and absolute prohibition of applause or demonstration. Standard of review. The Board of Zoning Adjustments has the power to hear and decide appeals where it is alleged there is an error in any order, requirement, decision, or determination made by an administrative officer in the enforcement of the comprehensive zoning ordinance. The board also has the power to hear and determine appeals from applicants who have been refused a building permit because of a violation or conflict with the zoning ordinance or the official map of the city. The applicant's appeal to the Board of Zoning Adjustments is governed by Section 5-408 of the City of New Orleans Home Rule Charter.
The next item is item 13, BZA docket 040-23 for the property at 2842 Coliseum Street. The applicant's representative requested a 1-month deferral due to ongoing settlement conversations. The property owner's representative is in agreement with this deferral request.
The department has no objection to this deferral request.
Let's see if we have any speakers. Is there anyone here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 040-23 that wishes to speak? Anyone here in opposition? Any questions from the board? Is there a motion?
For motions in order.
Yes.
Madam Chair, making sure I'm reading the right one. With regards to BZA docket number 102-23, my motion, sorry, 4023. See, I was making fun of Alfonso, I did the same thing. 4023, my motion's for a 30-day deferral.
Second.
Thank you. With regards to BZA docket 040-23, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Alvarez, to defer this item 30 days. Roll call vote, Todd James.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez. Yes. Alfonso Gonzalez. Yay. And Candace Forrest, yay. 4 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
The next item is item 14, BZA docket 096-23 for the property at 1724 through 1726 Murray Street.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Ashley Becknell. I'm the Chief Zoning Official for the City of New Orleans. Relative to 1724 through 26 Murray Street, the applicant's appeal alleges an error in the decision of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits regarding the interpretation that the presence of 2 doors on the front of a structure means that the structure does not appear outwardly as a single for the purposes of 20.3.I.1.B of the CZO. CZO 20.3.I.1.B requires that accessory bed and breakfasts shall appear outwardly to be a single-family dwelling, giving no appearance of a business use other than a permitted sign. The department has interpreted this to mean that buildings which appear to be 2-family dwellings by virtue of having 2 front doors do not meet this use standard. The department is aware that many former 2-family dwellings have been converted into single-family dwellings while retaining the vestigial second door. However, the use standards language is related to the appearance of the structure, not merely the use itself, which is required to be a single-family home by definition. Since two-door dwellings appear to be two-family homes, they do not meet the requirements of 20.3.I.1.B. In order to comply with this requirement and receive an occupational license as an accessory bed and breakfast, the second door must either be removed or disabled, or a variance from the requirements of 20.3.I.1.B must be sought. Given this, the director's decision should be upheld.
Thank you. Is the applicant present? If you could just give your name and address for the record before your comments.
Thomas McQuaid, 1724 Murray Street. I live on the property. So the issue here is that licensing has created an unpublished internal interpretation that goes against the state, the federal government, and all other city agencies regarding what makes a home appear as a single-family home from the exterior. This unpublished interpretation even goes against the published directive from the Director of Safety and Permits as to what makes a home appear as a single-family home. The published directive Z-18-04 clearly states that it is the interpretation of the director that only single-family dwellings may serve as bed and breakfast, whether principal or accessory. This will include two-family and multifamily dwellings which have been properly and legally converted to single-family use. Full stop. Part of this legal conversion process is to unify the address and put one address on the front of the house. This single address makes the house appear outwardly as a single-family home. Therefore, my house appears as a single-family home because it was legally converted and has one unified single address on the front of the house as required. Furthermore, the state, the federal government, and all of the city agencies use the presence of one single unified address on the front of the home as the standard that it outwardly appears as a single-family home. If you look at Exhibit 10 in my appeal, you will see a letter and certificate from Safety and Permits indicating that the house has a unified single address, as well as photos showing the unified single address on the front of the house. My house underwent a historical renovation in coordination with the state of Louisiana and the Federal National Park Service. It is a registered historical landmark for both the state of Louisiana and the Federal National Park Service. According to both agencies, the house appears as a single-family home given that it has one unified single address. Historically, multiple French doors on the front of a home never indicated how many units in the home there were. The address did. The presence of a single unified address on the front of the house makes it outwardly appear as a single-family home for both of these agencies. When I decided to apply for a bed and breakfast license, I contacted my councilperson's office and followed the steps. I was told I need to file an interim zoning district appeal, IZD appeal. I gathered the information as is required. I submitted it to the CPC. You will see a copy of all documents from this process in Exhibit 6 in my appeal. The packet submitted to City Planning Commission, as is required, has a picture of the front of my house. The City Planning Commission then verified that my house met the requirements, and they recommended my house to be have a use approval to City Council. City Council received my IZD appeal, which still had the picture of the front of my house on it. City Council felt that I met all requirements of the CZO, even the requirement that it appears as a single-family home from the exterior, and voted unanimously to give me the authority to use my home as a bed and breakfast. The Building Division of Safety and Permits allows for renovations to convert doubles into singles and grant certificates of occupancy provided that the house has one single unified address. Building follows the directive regarding what appears as a single-family home, which is this single unifying address. Moreover, building issues permits for new builds of single-family homes following this directive. These new builds can have multiple front doors and are deemed to appear as a single-family home, provided they have one single address on the front. You will see examples of these permits as well as pictures of new builds with multiple front doors that, according to the Building Division, appear as a single-family home. You will see those in Exhibit 7. This exhibit also includes a copy of my certificate of occupancy. When we turn to the City of New Orleans Assessor's Office, it follows like the rest of the city agencies. The presence of a single unified address and a certificate of occupancy make the home outwardly appear as a single-family home. A fact that I was unaware of is that single-family homes are assessed at a higher value per square foot than other homes. No one in the assessor's office has offered to lower my taxable assessment because I have two front doors on the front of my house. I could continue to go through this, but I think my point's been made on that issue. I'd like to turn now to the actual interpretation that licensing has created. After searching data.nola.gov, I went through all the registered accessory bed and breakfasts that have started since the adoption of the CZO. I then looked at each one's one file stop. You will see in Exhibit 5 many homes that licensing has given a license to that has multiple front doors. There's no evidence in one stop that licensing has asked these homes to do what they're asking me to do. I'd like to draw your specific attention to 1744 Rampart Street, located 3 blocks from my home. I confirmed my findings in my city councilperson's office. The home is operating under an expired and lapsed mayoralty permit and has not been following the CZO, yet has been granted the same license I'm asking for. Moreover, there is no evidence in one stop that licensing's unpublished interpretation has ever been applied. The zoning inspection photos show only one front door, but as you can see in my appeal, the house has 2 front doors. I feel that this should be used fairly across the board, this interpretation.
That's the end of your time, sir. Sure. Thank you. Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 096-23? Anyone here in opposition? Any questions from the board? I did have a couple of questions to the staff. Just discussing the idea of appearing outwardly, is there anywhere where this is defined? What does it mean to outwardly appear as a single-family dwelling?
No, there's not a definition for that, and this is the sole place that this standard appears in the CZO is for bed and breakfast. There's no other use that I'm aware of sitting here that has a standard about how a structure must appear from the outside as opposed to what its actual use is.
And in doing the review, what is was the number of front doors part of what was used to determine that it didn't outwardly appear as a single family?
Yes, that is how we have interpreted it. We have come up with the, I hesitate to say workaround, but to some degree that's what it is, of allowing homeowners to disable one of the 2 doors as a method of trying to help them meet the standard without undertaking significant alterations to their dwelling or having to send them each and every one for a variance, which would be the other option. But we are bound by the law that says that it must appear outwardly as a single family.
And you already jumped to my next question, because I was going to ask, in terms of any that did have multiple front doors, how was that addressed, if at all? So if there are multiple front doors, the other front doors would need to be somehow disabled or non-functioning?
That is generally how we've handled it. I will say, historically, there may have been a prior interpretation. We have a new director as of 2020, so some things may have changed. I can't speak to exactly what the review process was for every single one of these bed and breakfasts, but I will say that that has consistently been the standard for quite some time in the department.
So for this applicant, if they wish to receive a permit, they would need to disable one of the front doors in order to proceed?
That's correct, or they could seek a variance from this. Given their historic status, there may be a hardship there.
Okay. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to ask the appellant, do you understand that there's the option for you to remove the hardware from one of the doors?
So the option presented by Safety and Permits is that you have to put a bar across it from the interior. If we're really talking about what it looks like from the exterior, that does not change the outward appearance.
Well, actually, from that component of that one particular element of putting some form of permanent hardware on the interior of the bar that is not an open door may be one option. But if you were to remove the door hardware and to put a false plate in front of it, which would show that, I think the second that you have any form of a handle or some type of device that would insinuate that the door can be opened is another way of how that can be interpreted. And if it's done from both the interior and exterior from a hardware standpoint, you would still get the same visual appearance.
And so what I told Safety and Permits is I'm bound, because I did historical renovation, that I cannot disable the front door. I did it with the Secretary of State of the Interior. I'm required to make sure that it's in full working condition. I can't do that, otherwise I am in a
That's
lot
what
of
I
trouble.
wasn't following that piece. Okay.
Yeah.
So then that goes back to the second option that you proposed, was to seek a variance
Yes, it does sound like in this case, I'm certainly not putting myself in your shoes, but that there would be a case that there is a hardship here. In
Correct.
general, I don't disagree that barring the inside doesn't change the exterior. As I said, that's an accommodation really that we've made. We know that people are facing requirements from HDLC or other historic, district agencies that would prevent them potentially from changing the appearance of the facade of the home, but we do want to get them to a place where we think that they can conform with the zoning ordinance, which is why we've allowed permanently disabling them from the interior. HDLC only has jurisdiction over the exterior of the property.
And the same with Park Service as well on that component. I mean, so again, is it maybe false hardware from the outside and then a fixed plate on the interior? Or are you saying
But
that
he's
the
saying
door
it has
has
to
to
be,
has to be
usable.
functional?
Yes. For the rehabilitative rules, as when I checked with SHPO and I checked with National Park Service, the way that once the house is renovated and approved, it needs to maintain that approval. In order to do that, then I have to go back through the full process to ask them if I'm allowed to change the functionality of the door.
Which I'm gonna just say this, just in terms of projects I've dealt with from a historical standpoint, where I've been asked to preserve the existing opening or something to that effect, that has been done and gone through a full historic restoration and renovation. So I'm a bit perplexed on that one. To go into the level of it that it needs to still be a functioning door. It could still appear as a door, and there's ways for that to exist without it having to be open up.
So can I?
Unless Jose, have you seen anything like that before? Because I know that I've done it, at least on my side. I don't know from your side.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it certainly shows a level of hardship
Yeah.
as it relates to restoration of historic structures. It is a really weird kind of interpretation, and the position that you're placed, it feels to me that it's unfair because you're trying to do what is right on the other end. So.
And I mean, I will add from Commissioner James' description, the suggestions that he proposed do actually change the outward appearance with removing the knob, the handle mechanism. But I am confused by the fact that you would only be required to make a change on the interior and still have the outward appearance look exactly the same and that be compliant. That's the part that I am struggling with. I think if it did include the additional piece that Commissioner James suggested, it makes more sense. But when the only change is on the interior and from the outside, it will still look exactly the same, that part is a little bit harder to follow.
I can understand that. As I've said, it's an accommodation rather than a strict interpretation. It's really more trying to avoid folks having to go through a lengthy process to get to the same goal. And if I could redraft that portion of the CZO, I would. So I think we will follow whatever, the board dictates here. We're cognizant of not exceeding our authority, and we try to make accommodation when we can. That's as far as we've gone so far.
So question, if we were to rule in his favor, and if we made a motion to clarify that in the case of where historic preservation is in consideration for that plan, would that help to give you the ability to change the staff's position on this item? Or would it still require it to go through a waiver? I'm trying to figure out what's to streamline to get him to a point of where he needs to be and where actually you need to be to help to further give clarifications down the road.
Yeah, so let me restate, I guess, where our current standards are, and we can kind of go from there, because while we generally allow people to bar the door from the inside, we do usually require that the shutters be closed and that there's a bracket on the shutters, and so there is some outward appearance. I apologize if I misspoke. My zoning administrator let me know that I'm not quite representing things exactly as they would like, so I appreciate that clarification. I think, again, this is a case where we are worried about what our administrative authority is and don't want to exceed that. I think that if the CZO were to be changed, or if there was a determination that, perhaps we had misinterpreted that meaning, then that's something that we would follow.
And I mean, for me, my point of concern also is from the outside, and I mean, just looking at the address that the applicant suggested and even some others, without knowing what you've just explained from the outward appearance, there are multiple bed and breakfast sites. I don't know that they're all appropriately licensed, but there are some that do from the outside have multiple front doors. And so I am just struggling with knowing that this is being applied appropriately. I mean, there's no way to know that on the inside there is what is being, suggested to do. And so from the outside, there are bed and breakfasts that operate, that appear outwardly, based on this description, that outwardly appear with multiple front doors. I don't want to say that they appear as multiple residences. I really feel like they just appear with multiple front doors. I mean, in my I will add layman's opinion, multiple residences ties more to the number of addresses as opposed to just knowing how some of the architecture in New Orleans looks. Front doors don't always define the residence, but if there are multiple addresses on the building, that is an appearance. So I am just, without much on your end, and I understand, the CZO is what it is, there's just not enough to really define what appearing outwardly is. And so that's where I am kind of struggling, that we really have enough information to adequately define that.
And I'm actually, thank you, Chairwoman, for bringing that up, because I didn't think of it through the lens of, if we think about some historic structures where you may see a series of more than one double doors entering the front facade, you could easily have a design configuration where you have two doors going into the same room.
Look at me trying to almost be an architect.
Well, look, man, I feel like I pulled a trump card on me on that one. No, and I think that actually adds a great point, that I think because of how someone's reviewing the interior plan, and because it shows it's gone into two separate front rooms, that may be also influencing how the review is done, as opposed to purely looking at it from the exterior envelope and seeing that, yes, it is, while it may be two doors from the exterior, it is still entering technically one central space, even though it's separated by the demising wall. Because when I was looking at your plan, I was almost wondering if there would have been a communicating door between those two front rooms. Someone may have looked at this plan differently. I can't speak for safety and permits as staff in terms of what their intent was at their review, but I think it helps to add some color to the conversation. And historically, I'm just looking at what the Google, at least from March of last year, there was two addresses that were posted on the outside. I'm assuming there's one singular address shown on the building now.
And if you look now,
and I saw an image where it was in the middle.
If you look at the exhibit, yes, I went through the process. When I started this process, after I went through my ZD appeal, safety and permits told me that I need to complete that process. So I went through that full process under their advice and did the legal paperwork to unite it as one single address and put one single address on the front, because that is the standard to outwardly appear.
Got it.
Are there any other questions from the board?
Motion's in order.
Yes, proceed.
Madam Chair, with regards to BZA docket number 096-23, my motion is to overturn the decision of the Director of Safety and Permits as it pertains to this appeal. But I want to make sure that we're clearly articulating that in this instance, error was made in that interpretation solely based off of it may have not been taken into account the historic context of this property and its architectural features, that it does not actually have two front doors considering the functional use of the property in its historic status.
May I ask for a bit of clarification?
Because of the architectural, so to help.
So is that true for this property in particular, or is that true when we look at other historical properties that may have more than one door on the front facade?
I think you need to take into consideration how that appears, especially from a historic preservation standpoint, on how those doors function to that building.
Thank you.
I will second that.
Thank you. With regards to BZA docket 096-23, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Alvarez, to overturn the decision of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits, finding that there was an error in that decision, specifically noting the interpretation as indicated by Commissioner James. Roll call vote. Todd James.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
And Candace Forrest, yay. 4 yeas, no nays. The motion carries.
We will now begin with new business for the Director of Safety and Permits decision appeals. The next item is item 15, BZA docket 0102-23 for the property at 1533 Broadway Street, 7110 Birch Street.
Good afternoon, Board. Again, Ashley Becknell for the Department of Safety and Permits. I'm the Chief Zoning Official. Relative to 1533 Broadway Street, the applicant's appeal alleges an error in the decision of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits regarding the determination that the application associated with permit number 22-30276-RNVS was complete on January 25th, 2023, and an error in the revocation of said permit by the Director. The procedural history related to this property is complex, and the Department of Safety and Permits will endeavor to explain it as clearly as possible. Despite the complex history, the questions presented are simple. Whether the application for permit number 22-30276-RNVS was complete on January 25th, 2023, or whether it was complete on October 6th of 2022. And number two, whether the department improperly revoked said permit for material misrepresentation and departmental error. A timeline of the relevant procedural events related to the permitted issue follows. On the morning of October 6th of 2022, an application for a renovation permit for 1533 Broadway was filed with the Department of Safety and Permits. This application includes some drawings, but not a complete foundation plan. The afternoon of October 6th, 2022, the City Council passed M22-449, establishing the University Area Off-Street Parking Interim Zoning District, which we'll refer to as the IZD. January 23rd, 2023, a complete foundation plan is filed with the department. June 2nd, 2023, permit number 22-30276 RNVS, which I'll refer to as the permit, is issued. June 15th, 2023, the department issues a summary of its parking determination for the permit to neighbors questioning the parking calculations made as part of the permit review. July 17th, 2023, the department meets with neighbors to discuss concerns with the permit, including the potential of material misrepresentation in the existing floor plan. The department rescinds the permit. July 19th, 2023, the department receives information from the prior owners that contradicts the existing floor plan submitted by the permit applicant. Also on that date, the department met with the permittee, his architect, and his attorney to discuss the concerns that had been raised to that point. The permittee admitted that the existing floor plans submitted with the department included unpermitted prior work on the property that would alter the existing bedroom count. July 31st, 2023. After extensive review of all available information, the department determines that they committed an error in the application of the IZD and issues a formal zoning verification setting forth the corrected required parking calculation. The question of when a permit application is complete is governed by a memorandum issued by the director in 2015. That memorandum requires the following to be met for a complete application: complete paper or online permit application with all project details completed, complete floor plan when required, complete site plan and building elevations with all dimensions clearly indicated when the scope of work includes alterations to exterior properties which will change existing setbacks or building elevations, complete foundation drawings as dictated by the proposed scope of work, architectural drawings when required completed to at least design development phase 60% per the standards of the American Institute of Architects, electrical and mechanical drawings when required completed to at least design development phase 60% per the standards of the American Institute of Architects. We've attached a copy of that to our submission to this board. Because these qualifications are complex and technical, this determination is traditionally made by the chief building official. In this case, the determination of completeness time was in fact made by Jay Dufour, as confirmed in the attached email. This board has previously upheld cases where the question of when an application was complete was brought to the Board of Building Standards and Appeals, which is composed of technical experts and which is best suited to hearing these types of questions. As such, the department believes that this question would be more properly before that board. However, even if this board determines that they are the proper party to hear this question, the department believes that the determination that the application wasn't complete until January 25th, 2023 was correct. The memorandum requires that the applicant submit complete foundation drawings in order to have a complete application. Here, foundation drawings were not submitted to the department until January 25th, 2023. Therefore, the date of that submission, the last remaining required document, determines the date that the overall application could be deemed complete. The date of completeness of the application is critical in this case because it determines which law governs the permit. The IZD was passed on the afternoon of October 6, 2022, and the initial application for this permit was submitted on the morning of October 6, 2022. Because that submission did not include all required documents under the governing memorandum, the complete application was not submitted until after the passage of the IZD, and the IZD applies. As a result, the decision of the director on this matter should be upheld by the board, or this question should be referred to the Board of Building Standards and Appeals for further consideration. The permit originally issued here was issued improperly for two separate reasons. First, the applicant provided inaccurate information to the department upon which the department relied in issuing the permit. Second, the department erred in calculating required parking for the property under the IZD. Each reason separately would warrant revocation. The applicant submitted existing plans that showed 5 rooms in the basement, which could be counted as bedrooms under the IZD. However, the department later received information from neighbors and from the prior owner that showed that those rooms were not all separately enclosed at the time the current owner purchased the home. The correct count of enclosed rooms in the basement should have been 3 rooms, not 5. At a meeting with the department, Mr. Tedesco admitted to undertaking some work on the basement before permitting that was reflected in the existing conditions depicted on the plans. Because the IZD requires the department to consider the change in the number of bedrooms between the existing layout and the construction proposed in this permit, this misrepresentation was critical to the department's required parking calculations. The department also committed a significant error in calculating the required parking under this permit. The department calculated the required parking based on the number of bedrooms in the existing single-family structure and compared this to the combined number of bedrooms proposed across both dwelling units in the proposed 2-family dwelling created by the renovations under the permit. However, a close reading of Section 2A of the IZD shows that the department should have calculated the parking for each dwelling unit separately. This error relates to a critical component of the permit, the required parking spaces. In order to comply with the law, the project would have to be substantially reconfigured to provide the 5 required, the project would have to be substantially reconfigured to provide the required 5 parking spaces. As a result, this error is fatal to the permit. Under 47024 of the city's charter, the department has the power to revoke, suspend, or cancel any permit which has been violated or which has been issued in violation of the zoning or building code ordinances or other applicable state or municipal law. This permit was issued in violation of the zoning ordinance because it did not include the parking required by the IZD under the zoning ordinance. The building code further supports and elaborates upon this standard. Suspension or revocation. The director is authorized to suspend or revoke a permit issued under the provisions of this code whenever the permit is issued in error or on the basis of incorrect, inaccurate, or any false statement or misrepresentation or in violation of any ordinance or regulation or any of the provisions of this code. That's City Code 2615-105.6. Here, the permit was issued both 1 in error and 2 on the basis of incorrect, inaccurate, and false statements. Therefore, the permit was properly revoked by the director. This also accords with the CZO, which vests the director with the power to revoke, suspend, or cancel any permit that has been violated or issued in violation of this ordinance. CZO 2.9F. Under any of these laws and under the facts of this case, the revocation of this permit by the director was proper. Therefore, the department's decision should be upheld by this board. Thank you.
Is the applicant present? You could give your name and address for the record.
Yes, my name is Kaylee LaBeouf, and my address is 2000 Clearview Parkway, Suite 201. Do you need comment cards? Speaking cards? All right. As Ms. Becknell just mentioned, there are a lot of facts and a lot of procedural history, and I'm going to redirect you to the relevant ones for this case. So this is an appeal of the city's July 31st zoning verification that rescinded a permit after the owner spent more than $55,000 in materials and labor and was more than halfway through construction. For this reason alone, the permit should be reinstated. On June 2nd, 2023, the city approved the plans to construct an additional 442 square feet and to convert a single family to a two-family dwelling, which is a permitted use in the zoning district. The approved plans identified 3 parking spots and noted that only 2 were required. Under Table 22-1, the CZO requires 2 parking spots for each dwelling unit. So the owner receives these approved plans and then it moves forward. It hires a construction crew. It purchases materials. It goes to Lowe's, gets steel, lumber, concrete, spend about $30,000. It starts work on the property, spends about $25,000 in labor, poured the foundation, passes inspection, ripped off an entire side of the building, ripped out, rebuilt a wall, ultimately completed the structural, framing, and engineering for the first, second floor, and the roof, forever altering the structure. And then it gets this zoning verification from the city that says, sorry, y'all, we didn't read the law correctly. You actually need 5 spots and not 2, according to this new analysis that they've never done up until this time, which is wrong. The permit won't be reissued until you comply with this new analysis. $55,000 into construction, more than halfway through complete. Now, the zoning verification is also invalid. It's not based on the law. It's not supported by the facts. It's also inconsistent. It's very confusing. It's full of typos. But again, this is a detrimental reliance case, and this issue is dispositive. There is a well-settled line of jurisprudence from this board finding in favor of the applicant under this exact scenario. 1526 Arabella Street came before this board last year. Safety and Permits issued a permit. The applicant was in the middle of construction when it received a stop work order due to zoning violations which existed at the time the plans were reviewed and approved by the city. This board found this to be a detrimental reliance case as the project was underway and under construction. The board allowed the owner to complete construction under the approved plans. Is that my timer?
Yes, it is.
Okay. There is another speaker on behalf of the applicant, and she's going to allot her time to me.
Which one?
Taylor Kramer.
Those. So is it just one person that's ceding their time to you?
That's correct.
Okay, which one is it, just so we can know?
Taylor Kramer, she's in the audience.
She signed as an applicant.
Okay. So this board allowed the owner to complete construction under those approved plans. This board then proceeded to explain at length that they have seen this from the city time and time and time again, and has granted the applicant's request to complete construction time and time again. That's docket number 010-20, heard before the BZA on February 10th, 2022. Another example is 937 Henry Clay. This came before the board in 2021. The owner received a permit for a curb cut that was revoked by Safety and Permits because it violated a Parks and Parkway provision. The board allowed the owner to complete the work under the importment because, I quote, "This is a detrimental reliance case and the applicant relied upon the permit issued by the department and had already begun the work that the city approved." Docket number 015-20, heard before the BZA on February 8th. In the instant case, we have the exact same thing. Applicant gets a permit, spends more than $55,000 in construction, rips open a house, gets more than halfway through, and then the city pulls the permit on some nonsense that had read the law incorrectly. The permit should be reinstated due to the owner's reliance on the city's permit. On top of the $55,000, the property is now damaged. It's been exposed to the elements. It has mold in it, I believe. We told the tenants that it was ready for occupancy. It received a new address. We've lost rental income. There's a mortgage. We're here today to ask the board to reinstate the permit on this ground. The city should not be able to hit the undo button, $55,000, into construction. Now, this new calculation, let's assume for the purposes of this argument and only this argument that the IZD applies. The city is trying to say that 3 spots are required under the IZD and 2 are required under the CZO. You cannot apply the parking requirements in both the IZD and the CZO. You apply one or the other. Article 19 lays this out very clearly. It says that the purpose of the IZD is to pause enforcement of the comprehensive zoning ordinance so it can be reviewed for appropriateness. Article 19 further explains that the IZD imposes a prohibition on the CZO. So if the parking requirements in the IZD apply, then those in the CZO do not. The city is saying 3 spots are needed under the October 6 IZD. Assuming that applies, we have 3. 3 are identified on the approved plans. The permit should also be reinstated for this reason. Now, to touch on something that Ms. Becknell said, the applicant did not provide inaccurate information whatsoever. The plans that were submitted to the city showed the existing condition of the property. The city was aware of the changes made to the basement years prior. They were shown on the plans. The basement was inspected by the city on at least 3 occasions. There were discussions about them. This is a red herring. This is a detrimental reliance case, and the city also got the law just wrong.
The end of your comments?
For those reasons, we ask that the permit be reinstated.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant that wishes to speak for BZA docket 102-23?
Yes, hi, my name is Greg Richardson. I reside at 5454 or 5456 Hawthorne Place in New Orleans. I'm simply just going to summarize what my colleague just stated. I was personally involved in the process of this permit. It was an 8-month process for a residential permit. I kid you not, it was 8 months from the time of October until the permit was issued in June of the following year. This was regular communication between zoning and myself, and zoning and the owner, and zoning and the architect. There were multiple requests, whether they be silly or a typo or all of them being minor. Every request was met. Every single request that was issued was responded to in a timely manner. However, we would go back to weeks and weeks of reminding zoning to please respond with any type of comment that would get this completed. The final adjustment to parking took place when zoning released a letter stating that please change the parking spaces from 3 to 2. The calculation actually requires 2 for this building, and right now with 3 spaces, 2 are stacked. So as not to create any type of confusion, please put it through with 2 parking spaces. That was the final plan for the permit to be released. The permit was released. Within a few weeks, a complaint from a neighbor triggered the first stop work order. The first stop work order, after a week of going back and forth, Ashley responded with a letter saying, please reconfigure the driveway for the second space to be easily accessible around the swimming pool so that one car cannot possibly block the other, even though it was still 2 spaces. Stop work order was released. Construction started again. And then about 10 days later, another stop work order came, apparently also neighbor complaint driven. Following that stop work order, a meeting took place at City Hall with all of us present. Ashley, Tammy, Todd from zoning, and I believe a few other departments also sat in on it. And that's where the history of the property came up, of what previous owners may have done or what the existing owner did to the basement as far as a modification to one single wall. But what backed all of that up was several visits from the city, from several different departments to the home to confirm that no real changes took place to the house, especially in regards to bedrooms. In fact, the bedroom count has been downplayed over the time. It has never been The existing bedroom count has never been more than 10. It's always been somewhere between 8 and 10, and the final plan has always been the same. The final product is 8 bedrooms. In order to get the permit released, they had to file 2 affidavits as well, requested by zoning. One of them is to promise that the owner lives nearby to keep an eye on the property. Another affidavit was sworn and submitted, stating that no changes will ever take place to the basement, that the condition of the basement will continue to be a basement, and that's what the home is. It has a basement. And the demolition plans include removing walls so that it can never be confused for being bedrooms. This is the level that the owner has gone through to get to this spot. And despite 2 stop work orders and construction moving forward, now this report gets released. And the report is full of typos and contradictions and just confusing. And yes, to back my colleague, we request that this permit be reinstated. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 102-23? Anyone here in opposition?
Good afternoon. My name is Keith Hardy. I live at 618 Audubon Street, about 6 blocks from this property. I'd first like to address a jurisdictional issue, and that is that the department has the power to revoke permits when they are based either on error or on the basis of, quote, incorrect, inaccurate, or any statement or any false statement or misrepresentation. So what you have to understand, and which the applicants haven't really explained to you, is that they concealed, before they even got the permit, the contractor went in, did some work, added basements on a below flood level area. So, and then when he went in for the permit, he claimed that those bedrooms had always existed. And that's where the error comes in. So with their claim, they want to talk about detrimental reliance, that they relied on the city permit. Well, there's another part to that law, and it's called the clean hands doctrine. You can't say that you relied on something that somebody gave you, a permit somebody gave you, when you made a misrepresentation to get that permit. And that's the city's position, and that's our position here today, that they made not just one, but a whole series of misrepresentations about the number of bedrooms and other things. Before they even had a permit, yes, there were 2 stop work orders issued, which you don't have a permit, you're working on the building, the city issues a stop work order. Guess what? They didn't stop working when the stop work orders were issued, so they blew through stop work orders. So there's just a whole series of misrepresentations, bad faith acts, attempts to work without permits that went on here, and that's why the city took the principled and justified position that this permit should be revoked. They clearly have the power to revoke it. They did so, and this board should honor that revocation. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here in opposition?
Good afternoon. My name is Kenneth Jelpy. I live at 7102 Birch Street, which is directly behind 1533 Broadway, and it's now adjacent to the new address that's been granted at 7110 Birch Street. The house at 1533 Broadway has always been a 4-bedroom home. It's never been anything but that, and to suggest that there was anything more than 4 bedrooms in this house is simply not accurate. The only bedrooms that had been added were added after the current owner bought the house in 2020, and there's been a persistent and intentional effort since that time to expand the house into student housing and a duplex with at least 8 bedrooms. regardless of what the law says. There was illegal reservations done only months after they purchased the house. In January of 2021, stop work orders were issued. In April of 2022, work continued. Stop work orders issued at that time. The work in the basement, the additions in the basements were never remedied, never fixed, and the property has been used, in fact, rented out. That apartment in the basement has been used by the owner and rented out at various times in the last several years. After this permit was issued, I'd like to point this out, and by the way, those are not minor renovations. There was an attempt to turn the basement into an apartment. The only reason it never happened was the city shut it down. So that's simply inaccurate to say that there was minor changes to the basement. By the way, shortly after this permit was issued, an appeal was filed with respect to the permit. It's referenced BZA 085-23. It appealed the permit on a number of bases. One was the expansion of a nonconformity on Birch Street. The property is built to the property line. To add a second unit, they tried to add 400 square feet. That was in violation of CZO 25.4. Secondly, the new address adds a second frontage, which fails to provide an egress in violation of CZO 21.6.EE.2. It also fails to comply with setback requirements, which is in violation of CZO 11.3.A.2. And finally, the additional bedrooms in the basement that were added without a permit are subgrade. This is not a misunderstanding by a permittee or a permit applicant who doesn't know what they're doing. The permit applicant, Preston Tedesco, has a law degree. He has a real estate license. He has a contractor's license. This is a persistent and intentional attempt to get around the law and to circumvent what the Department of Safety and Permits is trying to do, which is apply the law. And I ask that you hold the owner accountable and you deny the appeal.
Anyone else here in opposition that wishes to speak?
Good afternoon. My name's Mark Westman. I live at 1604 Audubon Street. That has been my residence for 36 years. I have a driveway on Birch Street, which is about 20 yards from the back of 1533 Broadway. And I guess what I wish to emphasize here is that this appeal is utterly miscast as a case of detrimental reliance, largely for the reasons that Mr. Hardy said. There's an old legal principle that no man shall profit by his own wrong. And what we have here is a case, it is an ongoing series of misconduct, working without a permit, blowing through stop work orders, making misrepresentations as to the number of existing bedrooms. Well, you can't change that pattern of misconduct into detrimental reliance that ought to be protected simply by spending a lot of money on it. And so I would ask that the board sustain the DSP's revocation of this permit. Thank you.
Susan Johnson, 2822 LePage Street, Town of Carrollton Watch, LLC. I'm not paid to be here. I have a near neighbor left early, and I'd like to read her brief comments. She has a card that wasn't submitted. I submitted a card, and I can submit this card afterwards. Thank you. The original, this is on behalf of Lynette Judge, attorney, resident, longtime owner of 1512 Audubon, a block away from the subject property. The original application was defective in two respects and therefore incomplete. First, the required plans were not submitted. Second, the limited information that was submitted contained material misrepresentation of fact regarding the existing bedroom count. The application was not complete until after the effective date of the IZD, October 6, 2022, which is incidentally when Mr. Tedesco submitted 5 other work permit applications to get in under the wire. Back to Ms. Judge's remarks, that was my aside. The permit, which was improperly issued based on the incomplete and inaccurate information, was correctly revoked by the Director of DSP. And I just want to append, if I may, a remark about the $55,000 amount mentioned by Ms. LaBeouf about the amount of money that's been expended on this work to date. I don't know what the total construction value of this project is, but I do want to point out that Mr. Tedesco persistently, consistently understates his construction values across the board on his projects. And it's not just in concert with John P. Hamid, who is the owner of this property, but also the properties that Preston Tedesco develops together with Sidney Torres V, and we're talking about 50 total properties. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in opposition that wishes to speak?
Hello, my name is Michael Charbonnet. I live at 1610 Audubon Street, which is next door to Mr. Westman and just around the corner from the subject property. My wife and I bought our house in 1973, so we've been there 50 years. In that time, I've seen 6 houses in our square get converted from single family or doubles into so-called doubles for dorms. I'm a registered professional engineer and have a basic interest in seeing things that are being built. And I walked over a number of times while the work was going on here on Broadway. And in the last round, I noticed that a tarp was very carefully installed in front of the work, so you couldn't really see that they were building a big foundation, and it would support a 2-story addition on the side. And it looks to me, from the fact that they hurry up and get an application in the morning of the meeting that changes the parking requirements, and they appear to hide the work that's being done. And then the other comments have been made that these folks are trying to game the system, go from 4 bedrooms to 8 bedrooms, and make another chink in the armor of the uptown quality of life and basic living arrangements that we've had around the Tulane and Loyola campuses for all these years. So I certainly hope that you all support the decision to revoke the permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here in opposition that wishes to speak? The applicant has an opportunity to rebut.
I'd like to redirect your attention to, this parking analysis. The law is clear that either the IZD or the CZO applies. You cannot apply both. It's one or the other. We have 3 on the approved plans. Assuming that the IZD applies, and I'm not saying it does, then the permit should be reinstated for that issue. Additionally, the line of jurisprudence from this board that says when a permit is issued and construction is underway, when the owner spends $55,000, is the other ground why the permit should be reinstated. The opponents got up here and made some fuss about the property. None of them have knowledge of the property. None of them inspected the property. The city, on the other hand, has knowledge of the property. They inspected it on multiple occasions, And for all of these reasons, we're asking that the board reinstate the permit. If you have any questions, I'm happy to address.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
Just a quick question to Ms. Becknell. I'm trying to make sure there appears to be multiple levels of when the permit had been challenged in certain capacities. And exclusively, what portion of the permit is under challenge at this point?
The entire permit has been rescinded. It has been rescinded due to the parking calculations. I did make note during the presentation to make sure that we do a full review when we are reissuing it, based on what happens here today.
And it's purely, so where we are right now is as it pertains to the parking count?
Yeah, that's the issue for which the permit was rescinded.
Okay.
And just to kind of, to go back to kind of walking through what we're really considering today, because I know there's been a lot discussed. So the first part was whether or not the permit application was complete on October 6th or on January 25th. And the second part is whether or not the department improperly revoked the permit.
Yes, those are the issues we understood the appeal to be raising.
And then the permit was issued in June of this year.
Yes, I believe that's correct.
But it was revoked the very next month?
So it looks like.
I know there was an initial date of July 17th, and then there was a second one of July 31st.
Yes, so the permit was issued on June 2nd, and it was initially revoked. Sorry, the case is complicated, so I want to make sure I get the dates right, and I'm not just operating from memory. June 2nd was the date that the permit was issued, and the director rescinded the permit on July 17th.
Right.
2020.
And so, I was asking that question in terms of detrimental reliance. There's not a long period of time that the permit was active. And I know some of the neighbors have made mention of the stop work orders. So I just want to get clear on, not that the amount of money spent is really of consequence for our discussion, but was there work done prior to the permit being issued?
There was, according to my notes from the meeting that we held on the 19th that I reference in our report, there was a wall that was put up in the basement right after the current purchaser bought the home. My notes say that he lived with friends in the home and put up the wall at that time. I also have in my notes pushed another wall out. Again, these are just notes from a meeting, but that was my understanding, is that there was some work done to reconfigure the walls in the basement before a permit was secured, shortly after the purchase of the home.
And then, but even at best, the timing from the permit being issued in June 2nd, the first rescission? The first time it was rescinded was July 17th.
That is the first time it was rescinded. I do believe there was a stop work order issued prior to that.
Got it. And in terms of the question of completeness of the application, because I know that that's been something that we've dealt with before. And in terms of an application being considered complete, that's what sort of starts whether or not the application is. Well, let me ask if there's a distinction between complete and submittal of an application.
There is. So we go by the standards set forth in our interpretive memo from 2015 from our director at the time to determine when an application is complete, and it's fairly specific. The law governing the permit is the law in place at the time of a complete permit application. So here, because we did not receive the foundation plan, which is required by that memo, we did not deem this application complete until that document was received. This is a determination that was made by the chief building official. Because the standards call for things like 60% complete architectural plans, which I do not have the expertise to judge, that is a determination usually made by our building official.
Okay. I think that was all of my questions.
And usually when that happens, if it was deemed acceptable, it just preserves the code at the time of when that permit was deemed complete.
That's correct. And given the timing in this case, because the application was submitted the morning an IZD was passed, and IZDs have immediate effect upon passage, had the application been complete before the passage of that IZD, the law in place at the time before the IZD was passed would govern this permit. But because it wasn't deemed to be complete until later, the IZD governs the permit.
But in a case of challenging the plans that were submitted, traditionally that would go to BBSA because of what that board's makeup is in order to review how the level of completeness for that plan.
That's correct. That board is made up of trade professionals, architects like yourself that are better equipped to make that decision than an engineering and architectural layperson like myself and some of my colleagues on the board.
Gotcha.
Going to the second, I forgot, I don't know if I asked the question on this. The second piece was the question of whether the department improperly revoked the permit for material misrepresentation and departmental error. And the basis, and I'm trying to walk back through the timeline that was provided. So the first date of July 17th, 2023, after the permit was issued, suggests possible misrepresentation in the existing floor plan, which caused the initial recension.
Yes, at that point, based on information the department was presented with, the director made the decision to rescind the permit. But we did follow up that decision with a meeting with the permit applicant and his representatives, and were able to confirm some of the information that had been presented to us.
And that was the meeting 2 days later on the 19th?
That's correct.
So
We have spent a considerable amount of time reviewing this permit, meeting with all the parties, trying to come to the most correct decision with a very complex interim zoning district in place that's governing this in several moving parts.
So in order to address the parking count config, because again, it's pulled and under the challenge of what's the required parking for the site, in order for them to get into a placement to preserve the rights of the parking count as it's currently configured, that's why the challenge, or the recommendation of just going through the administrative process pushes it to BBSA in order to help resolve that part, to clear that trigger?
So when I spoke with representatives for the applicant, we told them that that was something that we were going to recommend based on our prior history. They would like to get this matter cleared up fairly quickly, as far as I understand it, which I can certainly sympathize with. I think that if this were to go to BBSA, and if BBSA came back and said the decision was incorrect, this should have been deemed complete on October 6th, on the morning before the IZD, then we would have to re-review the permit under the law in place at that time, which has not happened as of yet. If BBSA were to say, no, the department did not make an error and the application was not complete until January, this issue would come back to this board for consideration of the remaining issues in the appeal, such as whether the permit should have been rescinded.
So, and that's where I just got a point of concern, just based off of where we are in the process. Understanding that, let's clarify the trigger, because we could sit up here and make a decision one way or the other, but if it hasn't gone through the appropriate authority to review at what point the plan should have been, what applicable codes apply to the plan based on what's been submitted, how can we be in a position to make that determination at this time?
So I think that would require first if there is a disagreement on the department's decision that the application wasn't complete on October 6th. So you'd have to first take that step, and then if you don't feel that that was a correct determination, then it triggers having the what board is it? The board
BBSA.
determined whether or not it was truly a complete application or not.
Correct.
But that assumes that you're already saying that the decision that it wasn't a complete application is wrong.
Well, as I'm interpreting it, we really aren't the entity to determine if the application was complete or not. If I'm understanding correctly from Ms. Becknell's perspective.
That is the argument that we've made in the past. That's a decision that we have asked applicants to seek clarification at BSA for that question. In this case, the deficiency that was presented to us was the lack of foundation drawings rather than combing through to determine what percentage complete the plans were.
And just to play the thought all the way through, when we've normally determined the effectiveness of something like an IZD, is it effective based on the date and time that it was passed, or is it just the date?
It's the date and time. IZDs are unique in that they are effective as soon as the council adopts them. So we track the time of IZDs internally and make sure that that's actually a frequent topic of discussion that adds some stress to our department, is making sure that we're respecting those timelines and we're clear on what happens when.
Okay.
So what would be the procedure to get this in front of BBSA?
I believe that might be a better question for the law department than myself, but I'm happy to weigh in if needed.
I would say to defer hearing this until they can have a chance to reach out to BBSA and I guess talk to somebody in the office about getting it before their board, and just defer it until it can be, give them an opportunity to reach out to BBSA and move forward.
And when you're saying they, is that the
Applicant.
the applicant? Got it.
And just based off of that, that's a once-a-month board, which I'm not sure when their submission deadlines are, if we're able to pull that up.
There's just a number, but if you give me a moment, I can reach out.
Yeah, just check.
Staff, do we need to take a 5-minute recess just to,
Yeah.
is there a motion for a 5-minute recess?
So moved. And just to clarify, I just want to be able to get what is the appropriate remedy, because I don't want to just, I wouldn't, just as a board member, not just pull out a random number or just make an assumption. I'd rather make sure we understand what's the appropriate administrative remedy for this. So move for a 5-minute recess.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Gonzalez, to recess the meeting for 5 minutes while we get clarification, returning at 2:15 p.m. Roll call vote, Ty James,
Yes.
Jose Alvarez, Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
And Candace Forrest, yay. 4 yeas, no nays. The motion carries. We'll be in recess for 5 minutes.
I know she's calling, but I'm emailing Jay and Megan too to see if I can get. Yeah, what's up? That's one I have not considered, so I'd have to think that through. I don't know that we've opined on that before, and I would need to check our jurisprudence. It's a very good question. It's just not one that I had thought of yet. Yeah, I don't know if we've gone so far as to expressly hold that or not. So, like I said, I need to run that by Tammy too and see where she is on it. You know.
My appeal is moot, so.
Because the permit was rescinded, I would think that if the permit was reinstated, we'll have to look at that procedurally, but I also, you can see, I mean, I've made a specific thing in my notes to say, check before reissuing.
Okay. That's what I'm
Going back
concerned
through.
about.
Yeah,
is
I understand.
I'm kind of
We're
stuck in,
gonna-
there's
I
some
think
issues with it that I thought.
That didn't get, right,
never got
that got mooted because we
Right,
rescinded
right,
the permit, but we didn't specifically consider, and I'm aware of that too, and I'll make sure that.
That's my
So.
big question, is like, anyhow.
Yeah, I understand. Hi.
Mark Westman.
Hi, Ashley
corresponding
Becknell.
with you.
Yes, it's nice to meet you. Put a face to the name.
Nice to meet you too.
We locked them all out. Don't come back. Megan responded to me, so did Megan get a hold of? She emailed me, so I'm happy to read it into the record. The next deadline's November. Yeah, BBSA usually doesn't have quite the level of deliberation.
Okay, we're going to come back shortly.
Well, this is mine.
I'm not sure. I'm sorry, you're coming back now. Apologies, we're getting a little delusional at these last few minutes. So we just need to get a motion to come out of recess.
So move.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Gonzalez. Roll vote, Todd James.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez. Alfonso Gonzalez. And Candace Forrest, EA. 4 yeas, no nays. We're back from recess. So we were, just to bring us back up, we were checking with the board building,
With the department.
sorry, with the department on the timing on whether or not they had their next meeting scheduled. And it sounds like there isn't one until December.
Yes, I sent an email to Jay Dufour and Megan Murphy. Megan's a senior building plans examiner who is the lead staffer on the BBSA, excuse me. And Megan replied that the next deadline for submission for the BBSA is November 30th, which would be for a meeting sometime in December.
Got it. Okay, so, and just to clarify, we're talking about the Board of Building Standards and Appeals. So at the possible earliest, we may not have a decision until in time for our January meeting? Not in time for December?
Correct. I believe that the BBSA will meet in December.
Got it.
So, Madam Chair, for motions in order.
Are there any questions from the board?
Unless the applicant has any objection to a potential of a 60-day deferral.
You need to come up to the mic.
So I think you're saying is we will defer the appeal to the January date, which would allow us to go to the BBSA. So, yes, if the BBSA finds that the October 6 IZD does not apply, in that event, we would go back to the Department of Safety and Permits. I just want to make sure we're on the same page here.
Yes,
And
we
then-
would take that decision. Y'all I would need to speak with Jay to see if it would require a new permit application or if we could do it under the same number. But either way, technically what would happen, regardless of the permit number, is we would review the plans. We would ask probably for an updated set of plans at that point, and we would review those plans under the law in place at the time the application was complete as determined by the BBSA. If that is different than the standard under which we've already reviewed them.
Okay, and then if they find that the IZD was in effect, then we will come back here in January. Got it. Thank you.
For motions in order.
Yes, proceed.
Madam Chair, regards to BZA docket number 102-23, my motion's for a 60-day deferral to allow the applicant time to confer with the appropriate body the completeness of the permit application at the time of its submission.
Second.
Thank you. With regards to BZA docket 102-23, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Alvarez, to defer this item 60 days. Roll vote, Todd James.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
And Candace Forrest, yay. 4 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item?
The next item on the agenda is consideration of the election of officers. Annually, at the first meeting on or after July 1st of each year, the board shall elect from its members a chair and a vice chair as it shall deem necessary and proper. The chair and vice chair shall serve until June 30th of the following year or until their successors have been elected and qualified and may, if duly elected by the members, succeed themselves. This was deferred from a prior meeting.
And I think we've been deferring until we can get a full group here.
Yeah, and I think if I would still ask for deferral, considering that there's a new board member potentially coming on in the new year, so
I was
actually
gonna
push
ask,
for-
do we know the date of the appointment?
We do not. What staff received from the mayor's office is that the next Governmental Affairs Committee meeting is December 28th. And, you know, somebody may or may not be appointed at that time.
Okay. So we would be looking at maybe January? Okay. Is
And
there a
actually-
motion?
And just real quick, even if it was appointed at GA, it doesn't take account till it goes to the full council for ratification, or? Yeah,
I think so.
I think you pushed out even further.
Maybe
If we
Feb-
push that, we may get pushed to February.
Maybe. Okay.
Or we could keep it the status quo, but I'm flexible either, I'm
Thought is
flexible either
that-
way.
The thought is that we just want to give the new member an opportunity to weigh in.
Sure.
Regardless of what we don't.
And we usually have everybody here in the new year anyway, so.
Yeah. So, is there a motion? Are there any other questions, comments from the board?
I would just recommend it. I would ask for a 90-day deferral, considering if.
Are you making a motion?
All right, well, yes, Madam Chair, I wouldn't mind making a motion for a 90-day deferral.
Second.
And can we, guys, we're still in the middle of a meeting here, so I understand you have your issues, but we need to still convene our meeting. Thank you. No, you're fine.
Continue. Could you restate your motion?
Madam Chair, I move for a 90-day deferral for election of new officers.
Second.
Thank you. With regards to item 16, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Gonzalez, to defer election of officers for 90 days to the February meeting. Roll call vote, Todd James.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez. Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
Candace Forrest, yay. 4 yeas, no nays. The motion carries.
We will now begin with unfinished business regarding any other matters. Item 17, consideration, adoption of the 2024 Board of Zoning Adjustments meeting schedule. Annually, at the board's regularly scheduled November or December meeting, the board shall adopt a docketing schedule for the following year for all items requiring public hearing and action by the board. This schedule shall establish docket deadlines, deadlines for submittal of written documents related to an item before the board, deadlines for distribution of staff reports to the board and to the public hearing dates, and resolution deadlines. A copy of this schedule shall be posted on the City Planning Commission's website.
Staff is recommending deferral of this item. We're still working with council staff to determine council chambers availability, and we have not heard back yet. So a 30-day deferral.
I was just about to ask. Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board?
A motion's in order.
Proceed.
Madam Chair, I'd like to defer item number 17 for 30 days to give staff time to work with, I guess with property management to confirm the dates.
Council.
With council. To confirm schedule, city council staff to confirm dates of availability for our schedule.
And I second.
It's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Alvarez to defer the calendar 30 days. Roll call vote, Todd James.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez. Yes. Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
And Candace Forrest, yay. 4 yeas, no nays, the motion carries.
Would the board consider a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Oh, yeah.
So moved. And happy Turkey Day.
Second.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner James, second by
Yeah.
Commissioner Gonzalez to adjourn our meeting. Is there no other items before us? Roll call vote, Todd James.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez. Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
And Candace Forrest, yay. 4 yeas, no nays. The motion carries, and our meeting is adjourned.